Chapter 896. The next day, the railway began to be fully constructed in front of Tang, which made it very inconvenient for many people to come and go. For a time, rumors started to spread and there were many criticisms. If it was in the past, the construction workers would have already cursed, chased away, or fought. Today, they didn't dare to do so because Xiaohai wanted to watch and collect data. Xiaozhu also wanted to draw today's scene. Such a lively and interesting matter, naturally, Xiaobei couldn't miss it. She deliberately put on her official robes, afraid that others wouldn't know her identity. Others sat in a carriage, got off, walked, or stood. She rode a bicycle with wide wheels, the kind with 4 wheels, with 2 small wheels at the back to prevent falling. She was afraid that the road would be bad. When she swayed around, all the supervisors of the Ministry of Works trembled. Not to mention hitting those eyesores, they didn't even dare to speak loudly. They could only persuade the people with kind words, saying that this project was an important project for the imperial court and that it would be convenient to use trains in the future. The people didn't know what a train was, whether it looked good or not, so they didn't dare to say anything about the imperial court. Privately, there were many rumors. Some people said that the imperial court wanted to block this road so that they would have to pay when they wanted to use it. Some people said that this thing was built to drive out the people of Chang, and let them live outside because the city couldn't fit them. Because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan vigorously promoted the Chaoyang action, all the children of the families were able to go to school. The more they learned, the more they knew. The children would tell their parents about the imperial court's laws. Therefore, the originally ignorant people were not as afraid of the imperial court as they were of scourges. When the rumors started, the officials immediately felt that it was troublesome. They were afraid that it would spread to the emperor's ears and he would punish them for not doing a good job. Just as the officials were thinking of a way to solve this problem, a person from the Ministry of Works saw Xiaobei riding back and forth. He had a bright idea and shouted, "Don't be noisy, listen to me. This railway is specially built for the train between the clouds and the water. Between the clouds and the water needs to be used to transport goods. The imperial court helped to build it, not for the imperial court to use it to facilitate transportation and send off guests in the future." Once this shout was made, the people around the construction site suddenly fell silent. They all looked at the people from the Ministry of Works. Some were confused, and some were in disbelief. Xiaobei slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, it had 4 wheels, otherwise he would have fallen. He pointed at himself and blinked his big eyes. My family?" The people from the Ministry of Works nodded seriously at Xiaobei, then shouted to the others, "This is Xiaobei from the Zhang family. She's here to look after the projects at home." A trace of confusion appeared in Xiaobei's eyes as he nodded. When the surrounding commoners heard that it was between the clouds and the water who was going to do something, their voices immediately disappeared. Then, they immediately became louder. None of them were in a hurry to pass by. Instead, they surrounded the construction site and looked at it. Their mouths were full of praises for between the clouds and the water. They looked as if they were waiting for the tracks to be laid quickly. Xiao Yuan ran over from a dozen steps away and pulled Xiaobei, saying, "Xiaobei, are you stupid? What does the railway have to do with our family? Your father is a minister in the Ministry of Works. That's official business. The train is not under the banner of between the clouds and the water." Xiaobei turned his head to look at Xiao Yuan and suddenly laughed. He laughed very happily. "Xiao Yuan, so you're not stupid. I thought you'd become stupid from reading too much. I know. I just wanted to see how important my family is in other people's hearts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have nodded. It looks pretty good." Xiao Yuan's face darkened. He let go of Xiaobei, lowered his head, and walked back. As he walked, he muttered, superfluous move, official fan, how can I be so easily used by others?" Xiaobei tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he rode the bike forward. The person from the Ministry of Works who had shouted just now heard the voices of the surrounding people and sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said, "Between the clouds and the water. No one can stop it. It's the first time in history that a business has been done like this." At this time, someone came over. "Brother Zian, this move of yours is really amazing. Why don't you let others shout as well?" "That's exactly what I was thinking," the person replied. While waiting for the method to be passed to another construction site, Xiao Bei happened to ride his bike there. It was very coincidental that he was used by others. At the construction site on the other side, Xiao Hai, the person who collected the data, saw his sister going there, so he took the initiative to walk in the other direction. When others used him, he also nodded to show that he admitted it. After Xiao Yuan saw this for a while and understood, he felt that it was very strange. Xiao Hai, who usually did not speak, was actually so meticulous. They were indeed biological siblings. With an excuse, the construction site sped up. There were even some commoners who helped to carry the sleepers. This scene was seen by people who had just arrived in Chang and from other countries. They were very puzzled. They also knew that between the clouds and the water belonged to the Zhang family and the Wang family. They also knew how powerful and wealthy between the clouds and the water was. However, how could they be compared to the imperial court? After asking people who had been here for a long time, they understood that the commoners were willing to help not because between the clouds and the water was rich, but because between the clouds and the water liked to spend money, especially the free delivery of babies and the free care of babies. In addition, the Chaoyang operation was the initiator and supervisor of these two reasons why the commoners were willing to help. The news quickly spread to Li Longji's ears. "Your Majesty, this matter cannot be delayed," Gao Lisher advised. "I understand. Xiao Bao and the Cuckoo family also do not wish for this to happen. However, we cannot manage both at the same time. The Chaoyang operation is simple. We just need to fork out some money for the children's food, printing of books, clothes, ink, and so on. If we really calculate, it is a big deal. If we throw in millions of strings of coins, it won't make much of a splash. How many children do we have in Tang? How many schools do we need?" Li Longji also knew that this matter had to be solved, but it was not easy. If the schools had not reached this level when they came out, they would have strict requirements for what they ate every day. They had to eat meat, vegetables, and so on. With the current financial situation of the imperial court, they could afford it. However, looking at the current situation, once they took over, they would have to follow the original rules. How much would that cost? Especially Xiao Bao's attitude. Yesterday, he had only mentioned that the children should eat potatoes, and Xiao Bao had reacted so strongly. What was wrong with potatoes? Then, Gao Lisher asked. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Medical treatment. Take over the medical treatment. Send a portion of the money that each county hands in and turn it into medical treatment fund. Let Xiao Bei and the others arrange for people to patrol the area. If anyone dares to make a move, kill them. For the poor areas in the county, we will compensate them. This is a matter of the imperial court, we can't always let them be in charge. Chapter 897. Xiao Bao, in the future, we won't allow anyone to enter our house. So what if it's someone sent by Li Longji? He insisted on seeing us in the middle of the night. His attitude is good, but don't he know that he's disturbing us? After waking up in the morning, Wang Wan complained to Zhang Xiaobao before she even washed up. Last night, when the two of them were talking about their private matters, someone barged in from outside. She didn't know who was so free to make a proposal about free medical treatment. Wang Wan was very surprised after reading it. Free medical treatment? That was a matter of good countries. She and Xiao Bao didn't realize it at that time. It wasn't that they didn't have the ability, but that they didn't have the heart. It was clearly a place that had the money and could do it, but they couldn't. The local officials couldn't control the hospital at all. If they really wanted to control the hospital, there was only one result, and that was that they would be transferred. The benefits involved in the medical treatment were too much. The people at the top were also powerless. There were also internal strife within a party. It was impossible to change the foundation of society. Therefore, Wang Wan felt that Li Longji's thinking was too simple. The transportation problems involved and the different income from different places couldn't be solved with a simple sentence or idea. In addition, she had rested for a day and night. Yesterday they could continue to do things as husband and wife. At the crucial moment they were disturbed. Then, Xiao Bao started to perfect the proposal sent by Li Longji. He worked all night and had nothing to do with it. Only then did she complain. "Honey, this can't do. If something big really happens, won't it be delayed? Since we have chosen this path, we have to understand what will happen. I can see that Li Longji wants to be a good emperor now. After the fall imperial examination, we might be transferred to the capital. Won't the 3 northeastern provinces have to be arranged for a satisfactory person? Who will be sent? If outsiders go there, they won't be familiar with the local situation. The local people are familiar with the situation but don't know what the outside world is like. It's not the 3 northeastern provinces of our time. Now, other than the ethnic minorities, the local people go there from other places. If I don't perfect Li Longji's plan, once he really does it, there will definitely be problems. If I perfect it, he might ask us more often. How about this? We'll torture him a few times and let him understand that it's not good to disturb people at night. He might not disturb us so easily in the future." Zhang Xiaobao was also gritting his teeth. Last night they were supposed to talk and be intimate with each other. In the end, it was all over. Li Longji's bullshit plan gave him a headache. He didn't know what Li Longji was thinking. Free medical treatment for all? It wasn't that he didn't have the money, it was that he didn't have the manpower and the herbs. Nowadays, most of the diseases were treated with Chinese medicine. The only change was that there was more normal saline and disinfectant to perform simple surgery. Chinese medicine wasn't easy to come out. Some herbs had to be waited for to grow. The number of doctors was also not enough. The real doctors were all trained in Huayuan County's Dei Medical College. There were only a few graduates every year. Chinese medicine wasn't easy to learn, just like Chinese wasn't easy to understand. It needed to be settled down, so Chinese medicine was easy to decline. What Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do was to change the plan and divide it into various stages. At the same time, he added new plans. For example, how much land each place should have to plant Chinese medicine. The ginseng in the garden couldn't be compared to the 100-year-old ginseng in Changbai Mountain and Korea, but the content was about the same. Once he was busy, he worked from night till dawn. Xiaobao was so angry that he almost choked. Wang Wan took the plan and looked at it. She leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and said, "I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. You even considered the small problems. What do you think is wrong with Li Longji? Originally, we were in charge of delivering the children and taking care of the babies. Why did he take over? Do you still need to ask me? He's worried that if we take control of this, the imperial court will lose control. As for the details, he can just let someone else ask." Zhang Xiaobao was actually puzzled. In the past, he and Wang Wan were in charge. Li Longji suddenly intervened. This was a little thought-provoking. At this time, Xiaobei and the 9 children came in wearing beautiful clothes. To be precise, under Xiaobei's leadership, the other 8 people had to come. Xiaohai was the elder brother. He usually didn't like to talk, but he silently supported Xiaobei, his younger sister. Xiaozhu followed Xiaohai. Xiaozhu also understood that if she married Xiaohai in the future, she would listen to the adults from the beginning. This had been instilled in her. The 4 of them gradually understood their own identities. They were led by Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. Xiao Yuan was used to being bullied. If Xiaobei didn't bully him one day, he wouldn't be able to live. He always felt that something was missing, and he was very uncomfortable. The 9 people formed such a strange group, which made the Tang officials tremble with fear. When Xiaobei arrived, Wang Wan immediately moved her head away from Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She smiled at Xiaobei and asked, "What's the matter? You came early in the morning?" Xiaobei smiled foolishly and jumped into Wang Wan's arms. She looked at her elder brother and said, "Yesterday we helped the Ministry of Works. They used my family's name to make others work and make way. I was thinking, could you give me a carriage called a children's carriage? Only children can sit in it?" When she said this, the shrewd Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time. Then, they looked at each other and understood everything. Did someone use the imperial court's name to pave the tracks yesterday, but it didn't go well? Then, they took out our family's name and changed it? Zhang Xiaobao even guessed the general situation. Xiaobei nodded. "Yes, I even helped, so I can't help for nothing. There has to be a children's carriage. Otherwise, I'll use all my strength to catch people. It's impossible for there to be no mistakes." Zhang Xiaobao's brows furrowed and opened a few times. In the end, he didn't say anything to his younger siblings. They were still young and didn't understand many things. If he told them too much, they wouldn't be able to understand. However, Wang Wan smiled and kissed Xiaobei. She said, "Our Xiaobei is still the best. How should we arrange the children's carriage in the future? The same seats as the adults? If the children are too young, who will take care of them? You have to think about it carefully. If the children are young and need the adults to take care of them, then when the adults enter the carriage, will it still be a children's carriage?" Xiaobei's enthusiasm was extinguished by a large basin of cold water. How could she have thought of so many things? She turned her head and looked at Xiao Yuan in confusion. She lowered her head and answered, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll go think about it now." "Then go quickly. Remember to think carefully. Otherwise, there won't be a carriage." When Wang Wan saw Xiaobei's undisguised expression, she liked her immensely. And so annoying. Children are all insensible. If they don't want to think about us adults, I'll go and discuss it. Xiaobei slid down from Wang Wan's arms and ran off with Xiao Yuan. The others naturally followed. Before Xiaohai left, he turned his head and gave his brother and sister a helpless expression. Seeing his younger brother and sister walk far away, Zhang Xiaobao finally could not help but laugh. "Sometimes I really don't know if I like them because of my responsibility or because they are cute. It's very contradictory. You just don't act like an older brother." I saw Xiaohai's notes the day before yesterday. Do you know what he was doing? He was actually calculating the ratio of production and investment. Don't look at how young he is. He actually wants to take responsibility. The responsibility of being Xiaobei, Xiao Yuan, and Xiaozhu's older brother is all because of your influence. Wang Wan stuck her head out and looked at her younger brother and sister walking further and further away. She sighed. Yes, sometimes silence does not mean ignorance. Xiaohai is under a lot of pressure. He wants to imitate us, but he doesn't know that the things we experience are actually the most obedient and sensible children. It just depends on whether the adults know how to educate them. Let's go. Let's tidy up, eat, and walk around the street. I finally know why Li Longji wants the imperial court to be in charge of medical treatment. If I'm not wrong, he also wants to take over education. It's just that the imperial court's finances are unable to support it. The day before yesterday, he actually said that potatoes are good. He wants the children to eat potatoes, and they can be used as both a meal and a dish. I didn't agree. If I really agreed, you wouldn't have met me in the first place. Why would I bother to go back? When I was young, I was already sick of eating potatoes. Eating too much of that stuff will suppress the stomach and make me vomit acid. Zhang Xiaobao closed the proposal and stood up, stretching his back as he spoke. Wang Wan hugged Zhang Xiaobao's waist. Yes, I will listen to my husband. My husband is the sky. I really don't know how this world gave birth to such a freak like you. You understand everything, but you still don't change your temper. Your thoughts are hard to guess. In summer, Chang'an was supposed to be stuffy and hot. The sun was scorching, making people feel uncomfortable. However, Chang'an was slightly different today. It was still stuffy, but there was not much sunlight. It was all shady and cool. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put on makeup and walked hand in hand on the streets of Chang'an. Looking at the young couples holding hands, they couldn't tell what they were feeling. It wasn't like this in the past. Who would hold hands for no reason? Especially in the past 2 days, there were too many couples. The two of them didn't need to ask to know the reason. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao sweetly. Xiaobao, it's all your fault. You had to give out so many things. Look, you've stimulated others. They all like to hold hands. When we were young, I shouldn't have let you hold hands all the time. Many people are now together because of us. Shouldn't you be responsible? Who should I be responsible for? You or them? Zhang Xiaobao squeezed Wang Wan's hand and asked. You should be responsible for yourself. It's been sunny for the past 2 days. Let's see what you'll do when it rains. Wang Wan struggled slightly but couldn't break free from Zhang Xiaobao's hand. She looked at the sky and said. Zhang Xiaobao was about to continue speaking when he suddenly looked ahead. After looking carefully for a while, he said to Wang Wan, Takeshita Junichiro, what's in his arms? Why is he so alert? I'll go get it. You'll get it? How? Wang Wan also saw it at this time. Chapter 898. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao went into a nearby shop that sold dry goods. Wang Wan stood at the door in a daze for a while. Zhang Xiaobao came out again. He had changed into a slightly oversized shop assistant's clothes, and there was an extra load on his shoulder. In the front of the load were jujubes, and behind it were walnut. His shoes were also a size bigger. Wang Wan didn't know how Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face, but it was darker than before and there were wrinkles on it. Miss, make way. Do you want to buy jujubes? Don't look at the jujubes from last year. They're sweet. It's good to eat them directly. It's also good to steam them with water. Zhang Xiaobao followed the undulation of the load and walked step by step to Wang Wan's side. His voice had changed, and he felt that he had aged more than 10 years. It wasn't like before, when he could still speak with a little childish voice. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise and shook her head reflexively. Forget it if you don't want to buy it. Selling jujubes, sweet jujubes, walnuts with thin skin and fragrant walnut. Zhang Xiaobao no longer talked to Wang Wan. He shouted and quickly chased after Takeshita Junichiro, who had walked a distance away. Wang Wan moved to the side of the road and followed behind Zhang Xiaobao. She was more than 10 steps behind him, and she lowered her head and walked forward. She couldn't let Takeshita Junichiro recognize her. Occasionally, she would look at Zhang Xiaobao's slightly hunchbacked figure and the steady way he walked. It was as if she had discovered a new continent. She muttered to herself, when did he learn how to walk like this? I actually didn't notice it after being together for so long. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think about what Wang Wan was thinking. He quickened his pace and caught up with Takeshita Junichiro while shouting. When he reached behind him, he wasn't in a hurry to rush forward. Instead, he followed behind and shouted from time to time. His voice was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, giving people the feeling that it was sometimes far and sometimes close. After walking for a while, a carriage came in front of them. It wasn't fast, and it was convertible. This kind of carriage was popular nowadays. It didn't have a complete hood, and it was supported by a translucent gauze to block the sun. At this time, there were 3 people, 1 big and 2 small, sitting in the carriage. The coachman coiled the whip around his neck, looking very relaxed. The carriage approached bit by bit, but it couldn't touch Takeshita Junichiro directly. Zhang Xiaobao quickened his pace, and came to the right side of Takeshita Junichiro. He was still shouting, jujubes, sweet jujubes. Then, as if he had just seen the carriage, he hurriedly rushed from the right side of Takeshita Junichiro to the left. As he walked, he shouted at the carriage, "Walnuts, selling walnuts, thin walnuts. Buy a few pounds of walnuts for the child." When others saw this, they would think that the person selling walnuts and dried dates wanted to buy from the people in the carriage, so they didn't think much of it. However, Takeshita Junichiro felt different. Zhang Xiaobao was in the position in front of him, so the walnut basket behind him inevitably hit him. It was too late for him to stop, so he knocked the basket askew. With the basket askew, Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to move sideways in order to not drop the carrying pole. When he moved, he happened to hit Takeshita Junichiro. Now, the basket in front of him was askew as well. In a short moment, what others saw was that the person selling walnuts and dates adjusted his body at the fastest speed. His reaction was good, but a lot of dates and walnuts still fell out and rolled on the ground. "Aya, my dates and walnuts. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Zhang Xiaobao cried out with heartache. The carrying pole was still on his shoulders. He wanted to pick up the dates and walnuts, but he felt that it was inappropriate. He helped Takeshita Junichiro adjust his clothes and apologized repeatedly. Takeshita Junichiro frowned and took 2 steps back. He sighed. "How do you walk? Do you only think about making money? Forget it, forget it." After saying this, Takeshita Junichiro left. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to promote to the people on the bus. He put down the pole and picked up the walnuts and dates one by one. His hands moved very quickly. It was obvious that he often came into contact with the things he was selling. He put the walnuts he picked up back and kept the dates on his body. He couldn't continue to sell them. Otherwise, who would buy dates that were stained with mud? Wang Wan stood 10 steps behind and didn't go forward. She looked at the distant Takeshita Junichiro, and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was still skillfully picking the dates. She shook her head. "No wonder so many people couldn't catch you. You can even adjust the pupils of your eyes and the corners of your eyes. If I give you more time to disguise yourself, I won't be able to recognize you." At this time, a kind-hearted person came to help him pick up the walnut. Xiaobao thanked him profusely, and when he was done, he gave the person a handful of walnuts no matter what. When the person accepted, he turned around and continued to peddle his wares as he walked towards the store he just came out of. When Zhang Xiaobao came out again, Wang Wan quickly approached and asked, "What did you feel?" "Feel?" And "I felt. There was a lot of money inside. Judging by the size of the hand, they were all 1,000 strings. According to the thickness, there should be about 121 to 123 strings. There was also an envelope. Here, it's this." Zhang Xiaobao replied to Wang Wan's words. He took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Wang Wan. Wang Wan opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't take the envelope. Instead, she pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. You just took the things out of his body? And you know how much money is inside? Isn't this the legendary empty-handed hand? That won't do. If I don't practice, I'll be rusty and the opportunity won't be good either. If there's a commotion and he's watching, I won't have to bring the envelope over. I'll read what's written inside and return it to him. But if I just cut the envelope and only took the letter, he'll definitely know that it was stolen. Now, he'll suspect that he forgot to take it or dropped it somewhere." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head regretfully. His hand passed over the edge of the envelope, and the envelope was neatly separated. Looking at the marks, it was obvious that it was cut by a sharp knife. Wang Wan still didn't touch the envelope. Instead, she grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand that had just cut the envelope. She opened his fingers and looked carefully. Then she looked up and asked doubtfully, "Where's the knife?" "I put it away." "How can a knife be seen casually?" "Don't look for it. It's in my sleeve. I'll show you the knife elsewhere." Zhang Xiaobao stopped Wang Wan's actions. He opened his mouth and his tongue moved inside. 2 thin blades appeared beside his mouth. One was narrow and long, and the other was wide and short. Looking at the blades, Wang Wan nodded blankly. When did you learn this? I learned it a long time ago, but I only stole from ordinary people twice. At that time, I was short of money and hungry, so I stole some to buy food. At that time, I found several masters, but it wasn't easy to practice. My hands and mouth were cut countless times. I can use my toes to play a few tricks. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Zhang Xiaobao's tongue moved and the blades disappeared. It didn't affect his speech at all. Chapter 899. Zhang Xiaobao did not respond to Wang Wan's words. Instead, he took out the letter and read it. The words were written in the Tang language and not the Japanese language. If it was written, Zhang Xiaobao would not be able to understand it. Although he knew many languages, he could not really write them. Nowadays, when the Japanese spoke quickly, he could not even hear them clearly. Wang Wan was better than him, but she still could not write the current Japanese language. Furthermore, it was difficult for people outside the Tang to understand. This was also because the two of them had a good foundation. Together, they could cover half of the world's official language. If it were an ordinary person, they would be at a loss when they came. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao reading the letter, Wang Wan also came over and read it line by line. After reading it, she said, "It's nothing. It's just asking him to get in touch with the officials of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights and think of a way to rent our steam engine ships and gunship. It's very normal." It's abnormal because it's normal. Doesn't he know the benefits of those two ships? Why is there a need to emphasize it again? Furthermore, it's a message from someone else. What does this mean? Your superior is telling you the same thing twice. Don't you have to think about it carefully? Zhang Xiaobao took the letter back and looked in the direction Takeshita Junichiro left in. In the end, he did not chase after him and returned the letter. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao along and continued shopping. As they walked, she said, "What else could it be? They want to secretly learn the technology and slowly develop it. When they have the strength, they will attack us. It's very normal. A nation that doesn't know how to learn has long disappeared. For a small place like Japan to not have been colonized before, it's really admirable." After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and nodded. "Indeed, I also admire them. However, that doesn't mean that I won't deal with them. They can really endure. Just like now, in order to survive, they can throw away their dignity and character. They feel like wolves. Speaking of Japan, I can't help but think of Taiwan. I wonder if the natural scenery there is the same as ours. For example, the Sun-Moon Lake and the Jade Mountain clouds. We can develop them together and have the people of the Great Tang take a stroll. And the resources there are quite good, especially the aquatic resources. Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. Do you really want to go? Then we should bring more gifts and let the local leaders or chiefs accept us wholeheartedly. Then we can slowly teach them how to read." Wang Wan also wanted to see what Taiwan was like now. She heard that some people went there to do business. In fact, they were exchanging things and taking advantage of others. Who asked the people there to be so bad? If they sent a porcelain jar or something, they could exchange it for a lot of pearls or mountain treasures. The locals had a hard time. Of course, this was in the eyes of outsiders. Perhaps the locals felt that it was not bad. People who had never seen a plane would never envy people who flew thousands of miles. As the two of them walked, they saw a shop selling clothes nearby. They followed the road and walked in. There were very few clothes on display. Most of them were bolts of cloth. If someone wanted to sell them, they could make a lot of them on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao absent-mindedly reached out and pinched the corner of a bolt of cloth. He turned his head and said to Wang Wan, "It's not bad to open a ready-made clothes shop there. The locals should like it, especially the canvas. It's durable and sturdy. It's not as strong as the local hemp or tree leaves. Then we can make money." Wang Wan first waved her hand at the shop assistant who wanted to come over and greet them, indicating that they did not need to care. Then, she thought about Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, "You want to use canvas to exchange for local things? There are fewer metal mines there. Don't tell me you want to cut down all the trees there? Otherwise, what are you going to exchange for? Whose money are you going to earn?" "What trees?" "I plan to build a few ports there in the future, as well as the buildings around the ports. I plan to keep the place in its original state." "Who said that you have to exchange goods with them if you give them something? It can also be labor. Just like the ethnic minority areas in the future, there will be special programs to provide entertainment for others, and then make money and professionalize. The locals there can also do it. Let the tourists experience a different kind of ethnic customs, eat some local food, and enjoy the local scenery. If conditions permit, let the locals accompany them to hunt." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on a certain place. In fact, he did not see what that place was at all. He was just distracted. While he was telling Wang Wan his ideas, he raised his other hand and gently tapped his face. Wang Wan was moved by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Just as she was about to support him, she suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaobao's thieving skills. In an instant, Zhang Xiaobao's image of an international swindler overlapped with that of Zhang Xiaobao's image. "Hubby!" Wang Wan's voice changed. It was gentle and sweet, and Zhang Xiaobao trembled when he heard it. His distracted eyes regained focus, and he looked at Wang Wan in astonishment. "Hubby, tell me, did you cheat the officials like this back then? You made it sound like it was real." Wang Wan whispered into Zhang Xiaobao's ears. Zhang Xiaobao dodged to the side and whispered, "Are you accusing me? I won't admit it. You don't have any evidence now." "TSK, do I need evidence to arrest you?" "It's easy to get evidence. First, we need to arrest you. After we use a few drugs, you will naturally confess everything. What you said to me, are you also going to tell Li Longji?" Wang Wan leaned closer to Zhang Xiaobao and threatened. "How do you know that I am going to look for Li Longji?" Zhang Xiaobao was a little afraid. It was not comfortable to be understood by others. "I'm your wife. You were absent-minded and flicked my face. Who are you scheming against? You can't be scheming against those natives in Taiwan, right? They are not worth your effort. So, it's naturally Li Longji. What do you want to exchange with him?" Wang Wan was about to push Zhang Xiaobao against the wall, and she was still unwilling to let go. "Is Li Longji worth my effort? Then you are really looking down on me. I just remembered that Taiwan had been colonized by many countries. Every colonization was done with military force. I was thinking that it is time for us to talk about it." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan's pretty face and really wanted to give her a kiss, but the shop assistant was looking at him with vigilant eyes. No matter how thick-skinned Zhang Xiaobao was, he was too embarrassed to do so. "You want to colonize Taiwan? Why would I want to colonize it? It is so close. When the time comes, there will naturally be people going there. There is no need for me to push it. You will know when I carry out the plan. Let's go into the palace and chat with Li Longji." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan's hand and walked out. When he passed by the shop assistant, he asked, "Do you have pearl muslin?" "No, we can't get that kind of thing. Why don't we look at Suzhou's muslin?" The shop assistant shook his head and replied, I don't want to look. I wanted to buy some pearl muslin. Let's go to the next shop." Zhang Xiaobao said regretfully and walked out with Wang Wan. The shop assistant behind them showed a look of disdain and muttered, "If you don't have money, just say so. Pearl muslin? Do you think you can afford it? You want to save face." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found Li Longji in Xingqing Palace, Li Longji was looking at a map with Wu Huifei and Empress Wang. To be precise, he was looking at a sand table that included all the places in the country. He pointed and talked as if everything was under his control. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei were full of admiration and echoed from time to time, which made Li Longji even more excited. Perhaps he deliberately said it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just arrived. Li Longji did not turn to look at them. Instead, he pointed at the sand table and said to Wu Huifei and Empress Wang, "Here, Lesa City, is already the territory of the Tang Empire. It is connected to Longyu Road, which is connected to the original Turkic lands. Here, the northern part of Hebei Road, and an island in the sea, all belong to the Tang Empire now. However, if you continue to go west and north, it will be related to the Tang Empire. When will it be unified?" With a stroke of his hand, Li Longji marked out the territory of the Tang Empire. He straightened his back and said that it was the territory of the Tang Empire. When he talked about the places that had not been included in the territory, there was a hint of regret between his eyebrows. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei were not stupid. They knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were here. Just now, the emperor was talking about the local customs and customs of each place. Now, he changed the topic to the size of the territory. Obviously, he was talking about the territory for Zhang Xiaobao and Wu Huifei. Empress Wang spoke first. "Your Majesty wants to expand the territory, but you have to wait for the place to be stable first. The Longyu Road is different from the original Tubo Turks. The regional governor there is not very good at managing the local people. There is a trend of monopolization. Shouldn't you wait until the place is stable first?" Wu Huifei said another thing. "Sister is right. However, didn't the Longyu Road give Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family a piece of land? Especially that lake. I think that it won't be long before your Majesty is relieved. It is precisely because of this that we should take this opportunity to continue fighting for territory." In one spurt of energy, the second decline and the third decline. When Zhang Xiaobao saw this, he pulled Wang Wan and walked outside. Both the west and north sides were not easy to fight. How could they adapt to the climate just like that? "Xiaobao Cuckoo, when did the two of you arrive? How could we not know? Where are you going?" Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had taken 5 steps, Li Longji's voice sounded. Zhang Xiaobao stopped, turned around, and said to Li Longji, "This subject listened to your Majesty's thoughts just now and is willing to share your Majesty's worries. We are going to prepare provisions, cross the vast snowy mountains, and step onto the snowy plains. We are going to spread your Majesty's grace to the locals. Your Majesty can issue an edict to recruit Tang men between the ages of 15 and 50 to form an army. This subject estimates that we will be able to fulfill your Majesty's long-cherished wish by sacrificing 2/3 of our men. There is no need for that. We are in no hurry, no hurry. It is best to defend ourselves first. Xiaobao, why have the two of you come?" When Li Longji heard that 2/3 of his men would die, he immediately changed his words. "It's nothing major. This subject wishes to occupy several islands in the southeast. I don't want your Majesty to not have such ambitions. It is best to think about the northwest." Chapter 900. Zhang Xiaobao seemed relaxed, but Li Longji was not. The so-called islands included Xinlua and Japan. From the moment these two places were discovered, there was not a single emperor who did not want to conquer them. However, even if they fought, they had defeated Xinlua and Japan. In the end, they were unable to send people to occupy them. This was especially true of Nippon. They could only threaten and intimidate when they were strong, but they could not rule. If it were anyone else, Li Longji would have slapped them in the face and said that they were just making fun of him. However, when these words came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, it was a different matter. "Xiaobao, there's no hurry. The northwest is remote and cold. Let's talk about the southeast first. Do you want to let Cuckoo lead the army and attack it?" Li Longji knew that once the two countries were settled, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would no longer have to worry about the northern part of Hebei province. They would enter the capital and be placed in the most worrying place. Unfortunately, the great Tang only had these two people. He could trust them. He did not have to worry about not being able to govern the place well, and he did not have to worry about being attacked by the tribes and countries on the other side of the border. He believed that if these two were sent to Longyu province, the people there would immediately be stable, and the man-eaters would not be able to continue their plans. Therefore, Li Longji wanted the southeast coast to be stabilized quickly so that he could have less worries. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to come up with a feasible plan. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. "Your Majesty, it's still too early. This subject is just saying. If Silla wants to quickly take back Great Tang, we can let Cuckoo fight. At that time, they will have no national strength, and they will definitely be willing to submit to us. As for Nippon, to tell the truth, if they did not still have evil intentions, I would not be willing to touch them. The terrain there was complicated, and the people there were valiant and courageous. Even the 10,000 cavalry battalion would not be able to do anything there, let alone an ordinary army. That was unless I mobilized a large number of Lu Zhou's wolf soldiers. They were both short and fit for mountainous terrain. They liked to jump and attack when they attacked. They were also skilled in the water and were fearless of death. I'll equip them with better weapons, so they definitely won't have a problem one-on-one. But right now we haven't reached the point where we can decide life and death in a single battle. Let's take it slow. First, we'll weaken their will, then cut off their courage. 3 years, give me 3 years, and I'll be able to make them obedient." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wu Huifei. His meaning was obvious. Would anyone leak the secret? Li Longji hurriedly added, "All right, that's exactly what I want. This matter will definitely not be leaked." Wu Huifei nodded as well. It was not that she did not want to leak the secret, but she was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would deliberately say it and set a trap for her. When facing Zhang Xiaobao, she knew that anything could happen. She must not take his words seriously. "Then, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "Oh, Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered something. There are many merchants coming to Liuqiu Island from the east of Jiangnan. I'd like to ask for an edict so that I can confer titles on the island." After Zhang Xiaobao finished talking about the matter in Japan, he was about to leave. However, before he turned around, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and casually mentioned it. Li Longji had long been used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of speaking. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao would never say anything useless. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao mention Liuqiu, he thought that the island was not under the jurisdiction of the Great Tang. The Great Tang was unable to send officials to the island. If Zhang Xiaobao could help, it would be a good idea. Thus he nodded. "I'll send someone to deliver it to you at night. Remember, don't put yourself in danger. If there is income, use it to build roads in the east of Jiangnan." Li Longji did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao would only invest money without any income. He wanted to collect taxes, but he had earned money on the island. It was not easy to find an excuse. In the end, he could only symbolically say one sentence. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. As long as there is income, I will definitely take out a portion to build roads in the east of Jiangnan. I will build roads and houses." Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Then, he turned around and followed Wang Wan back. Li Longji stood where he was. He could not figure out what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. He turned to Gao Lishir and asked, "Lishir, haven't Xiaobao and Cuckoo been using the name of the Great Tang to do things? Why are they asking for power now?" "I don't know. I think it might be useful." Gao Lishir was also puzzled. Back then, they had agreed that Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family could use the name of the Great Tang to do things outside of the Great Tang. For example, they could give someone an official or conduct a friendly interview. When the time came, the Great Tang would acknowledge everything. Li Longji's head hurt from thinking, but he still could not figure it out. He turned around and said to Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, "I'll tell you about the coastal area in the southeast of the Great Tang. Within 3 years, this place and this place will all be part of the Great Tang's territory." After leaving, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "You promised Li Longji to build roads and houses. Can you really earn money on Taiwan?" When the time comes and you say that you didn't earn anything, do you think anyone will believe you? You are Zhang Xiaobao. How can I not earn money? The money I earned is not the money of the people on the island, but the money of the great Tang people who came later. I'm a man of my word. I won't keep a single cent. I'll invest as much as I earn into the Jiangnan East Road. Zhang Xiaobao looked like a man of his word, treating money like dirt. Really? For free? Wang Wan asked again. I'll take everything. First, I have to build a dike in Hangzhou. There isn't one now. After that, I have to build roads so that it's convenient for people to go there. After that, I have to build houses, hotels, restaurants, and so on. I'll do good for the people and give tourists a place to go. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Wang Wan understood now. Zhang Xiaobao was using the money he earned on the island to build West Lake in Hangzhou. West Lake was the lake that he had gifted to her. It had nothing to do with doing good for the people. He was just transferring money from his left hand to his right hand. At least he had fulfilled his promise to Li Longji. You're not willing to lose out at all. Even if it's just a little bit of money, you still have to calculate with Li Longji, Wang Wan said helplessly. How is this calculating? I did invest in the Jiangnan East Road, and I did use this money to build West Lake. How can I not pay the taxes to West Lake to Li Longji? There's no difference. There's no difference at all. Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very innocent. There's a big difference. If you invest the money in West Lake, you will incur various taxes when you invest it. But if you invest the money in the island, you don't have to pay taxes there. You don't have to pay taxes there, and the people who work there don't have to pay taxes there. When West Lake is built, you will be earning money from both sides. Furthermore, the money you earned on the island is used to build West Lake in the name of charity. This will also reduce the taxes. Don't think that I don't know about this. Let me think about it. It's definitely not that simple. Oh, I understand now. When the time comes, you will immediately use the island's name to set up a tour group. Even if you don't go to the island now, you still have such a project. Because the island doesn't belong to Tang Dynasty, you can lower the price of the tourists and increase the amount of money you spend on the island. Or you can lower the price of the tourists and increase the amount of money you spend on the island. This way, you will have to pay less taxes for the projects you are supposed to pay, and your actual income will be listed on the tax-free island. Do you know what kind of behavior is this? Wang Wan continued thinking and finally found the problem. Zhang Xiaobao is trying to find a loophole to evade taxes. Oh, it's called reasonable tax avoidance. Li Longji doesn't know what's going on, and he still foolishly agreed to it. What behavior? I haven't done anything yet. You are the only one thinking about it. Why would I do such a thing? If I really want to avoid taxes, I just need to use the products around MT Tai as our own brand and get MT Tai to issue a certificate. The cost of the products around MT Tai will increase, and the taxes will decrease. How much do you think I can reduce by doing this? During the off-season, I will ask our logistics company to help transport the goods and then find a reason to increase the price of the good. I will use the tourism company to transfer money to the logistics company. How much do you think I can reduce by? Zhang Xiaobao said one by one. Wang Wan kept nodding and finally said, Yes, there are many ways. If you really want to do it, I can do it without you. What are you trying to do? Do you know you misunderstood me? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Wang Wan nodded embarrassedly. Do you know I'm not doing it for money? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Wang Wan lowered her head even more. Do you know what it means to have the heart of a villain? Who are you calling a villain? You said it clearly. This time, before Zhang Xiaobao could finish, Wang Wan, who had already raised her head, couldn't take it anymore. I said to have the heart of a villain to do the work of an adult. A villain is a villain. What did I say just now? Oh, yes, you asked me what I want to do, so I'll say it now. I want others to see this and help us solve some problems. We can't do everything ourselves. Come on, let's go home. I'll tell you the story of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit. Zhang Xiaobao smiled very gently. As he explained, he pulled Wang Wan and walked faster. You're the only one who can say that. You're the little white rabbit. Yes, I'm the little white rabbit. You're the big bad wolf. It's all the same. Chapter 901. Xueyun and Hongluan having a baby was a big deal for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was no less important than a pregnant woman giving birth to a baby. The smart Xueyun didn't look for a cliff or stay in Jili province. Instead, it brought its wife, Hongluan, to the capital city of Chang, and to ask for help from its master. Moreover, it decided on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It didn't know how it figured it out, but it knew that in this house, two people's words were the most effective. When Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Ying were discussing what kind of house to build, it flew to the eaves in front of them, watching and listening. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at Xueyun. He didn't care about how it flew over the cloth curtain. He believed that Xueyun, who could cooperate with people, had the ability to shuttle at low altitude. What he needed to consider now was what kind of house to build for Xueyun and Hongluan and how high it should be. Where should we choose? The East Market and the West Market can't do. It's too noisy. Xingqing Palace? Then Li Longji will have to go there. Hibiscus Garden? There are songs and music. This kind of music doesn't seem to be suitable for prenatal education, right? Zhang Xiaobao grumbled, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Not only were Zhang Ying and Wang Wan anxious, even Xueyun on the eaves was impatient. She called out twice, as if urging him to make a decision. I know you love your wife, just like me. Don't worry. Even if the East Market and the West Market stop, I'll build a good house for you. At most, I'll pay to move one of the East Market and the West Market. We have money. For the sake of your baby, I'll go all out. I don't believe that I can't build a decent house. Zhang Xiaobao said to Xueyun boldly. Surprisingly, Xueyun nodded, which made Zhang Xiaobao open his mouth in surprise. Okay with your nod, even if you take your wife to Hanyuan Palace to lay eggs, I'll help you ruin the morning court. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think you're human? You want to go to Hanyuan Palace Hall? Aren't you afraid that Xueyun's family will be cooked and eaten? Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. What's wrong with going to Hanyuan Palace Hall? Do you know how many contributions Xueyun has made? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's the #1 eagle of the Great Tang. Let's go to the artificial lake and build a 10-zhang tall house. When the little eagles learn to fly, we can lay a cushion in the lake or arrange for people to rescue them. Our little eagles are a little stupid at first, so we don't have to worry about that. We can try again and again, and eventually they will learn to fly. And it's settled then. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly thought of a good place, the artificial saltwater lake that he had prepared for Li Longji. Thinking that it was a good idea, he waved his hand at Xueyun, who was waiting for him. Let's go. Work on the artificial lake. You go and scout ahead. With a confused look in her eyes, Xueyun flapped her wings and prepared to land on Zhang Xiaobao. Wait! Zhang Xiaobao shouted. He took the leather cushion from Zhang Xiaobao's body and put it on his shoulder. He snapped his fingers and waved his hand again. Come up. Kill the chicken. Don't mock the Japanese. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Wan smiled and patted Zhang Xiaobao twice. Xueyun didn't care about anything else. She spread her wings and made a short hover in the air before landing on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. She tilted her head and looked away from Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have time to rest. They galloped straight for the lake. In the distance behind them, there was a group of people with various tools. Such a trip naturally couldn't be hidden from the spies who had been paying attention to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Therefore, those who heard the news were curious, and there were many who went to investigate. There were even businessmen who thought that Zhang Xiaobao had thought of something to make money again. After asking, they hurriedly chased after him, wanting to get involved. Even Takeshita Junichiro, who had lost something, didn't have time to continue looking for the letter that he didn't know where it was. He casually packed up and also headed in the direction that Zhang Xiaobao and the others might have gone. The person who paid the most attention to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was naturally Li Longji. When he heard the news, he didn't think that the two were bored enough to ride horses on the street. He directly ordered people to inquire about the reason. When he found out that Xueyun, who had made great contributions on the battlefield in Tubo, and the equally rare Big Red Eagle, were raising children, Li Longji couldn't sit still anymore. I have heard that Xueyun is a sentient creature. Since it chose the Red Luan, I think that the Red Luan wouldn't be too bad. The eagle born of the two wouldn't be any weaker than Xueyun. Strong men draft an imperial decree. Xueyun has made great contributions, but it doesn't deserve any rewards. It is to my liking. Therefore, I confer Xueyun the title of Sky Blue General of our dynasty. Li Longji thought about it and then instructed Gao Lishur. Your Majesty, our dynasty has a Sky Blue General? Gao Lishur had never heard of this name and asked in surprise. Isn't that Xueyun? Oh, there's also the Red Luan. Confer a title of 5th rank noble lady. Bestow 100 live lambs. Bestow 100 calves. Bestow them on farmland. Bestow 20 deer and 1,000 chickens to feed the chick. In order to have a chance to get 2 chicks, Li Longji casually gave an official title of none. He didn't care whether Xueyun could wear the silver fish pouch or not. When Gao Lishur heard this absurd conferment, he didn't know how to respond. He hesitated for a long time until Li Longji was a little impatient. Only then did he say, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that some officials won't accept such a conferment. Xueyun is a beast. It won't be good if the officials object. What's wrong with a beast? A beast can look down on a flock of eagles in the sky of Tubo. A beast can discover the enemy first. A beast can transmit information back and forth accurately. A beast is also loyal and devoted. In my opinion, this kind of beast is better than many people. It's strange. Why do all the good things go to their home? I've already made up my mind. If there's anyone who isn't convinced, fly to the snow mountain for me to take a look. Go, send soldiers to take turns guarding Xueyun and the Red Luan's nests. Don't allow others to approach, and don't allow anyone to bring crossbows over. Li Longji was very fond of Xueyun. If it weren't for the fact that it belonged to the Zhang family and the Wang family, and that this kind of eagle had its own pride, he would have used all kinds of methods to get it to play with. Now that he had a chance to get its children, if he didn't act now, it would be too late to regret it in the future. Gao Lishur thought about Xueyun's contributions and then considered the fact that it was his godson's. In the end, he agreed. Yes, this subject will arrange it right away. However, this subject has heard that there won't be many left in a nest of eagles. This subject is afraid that Xiao Bao won't allow it. Ask Xiao Bao about this. Others may not have a solution, but Xiao Bao will definitely be able to come up with an idea. I don't believe that he won't make any arrangements. Li Longji cleverly pushed the problem to Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao arrived at the lakeside and began to ask people to set up the framework, the people who were paying attention to him finally figured out what he was going to do. Some people left in disappointment, while others were calculating whether they could get an eagle to hunt. The members of the imperial clan who hadn't found a chance to sabotage also sent letters one after another, wanting to gather together to discuss whether they should kill Xueyun and the Red Luan to deal a blow to Zhang Xiaobao. However, before they could finish transmitting the news, an imperial edict from the palace shocked them. A feathered beast was actually conferred the title of a 5th-rank general, and the Red Luan was conferred the title of a noble lady. Could it be that killing an eagle was the same crime as killing an official? Look, Xueyun, look, I've conferred you the title of an official. You and the Red Luan have to work hard and give birth to 180 children. I'll help you raise them. Isn't that a good idea? Zhang Xiaobao took the imperial edict sent by Li Longji and told Shuiyun. According to tradition, Li Longji wasn't given an official's robe, nor was he given a silver fish pouch. However, sheep and deer could be given one. At this time, the framework built for Shuiyun and the Red Luan was already 5 zhang tall. Zhang Xiaobao gestured and asked. Shuiyun didn't know what an official was, but she understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant by the height problem. She tilted her head to take a look, then turned her head away and didn't look anymore. Zhang Xiaobao was good at psychology, but he couldn't guess what Shuiyun was thinking. After pondering for a while, he tentatively asked, "Short?" "Yes, it's a little short, and it's easy for people to touch it. Let's make it taller." "Add another 2 zhang. Don't move the wood anymore. It's too thin." After Zhang Xiaobao finished talking to Shuiyun, he continued to order the construction workers to work. The wood was put up one by one, and carts of wood were transported. Because the height was too high, they built it in the shape of a pyramid. At this time, the hot air balloon in the sky came in handy. Soon, the height of 5 zhang became 7 zhang. Wang Wan rushed to ask Shuiyun, "Look, is it enough now?" Shuiyun looked again and still turned her head. "Continue to build it higher." In order for the baby eagle to be born smoothly, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this little bit of wood. "Young Master Zhang, congratulations, congratulations. The eagle in our family is going to have an heir." Because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't ask anyone to stop others from coming over, they were relatively lax at the scene. A person dressed like a businessman came up to congratulate them. The so-called businessman's outfit was that there was an extra pocket on the chest area of the clothes, which was used to put fountain pens. Because there was no plastic, it was very troublesome to make, so the fountain pens were very expensive. Usually, Xiaobei and the others would bring them for temporary writing and drawing when the pencil was broken and hard to sharpen. No one knew who saw it first, but they insisted on buying it from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Regardless of whether they knew how to use it or not, having a fountain pen was a symbol of status. It was said to be used for bookkeeping, so it became a professional outfit for businessmen. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed looking forward to it. Seeing someone say good things, he hurriedly looked at him and also cupped his fists in return. Thank you, thank you. May I know what's your position?" "Young Master Zhang, you must be joking. It's just a small business to make a living. I run a Shannon fur trading company. I collect some furs, tanning, processing, and sell them." The businessman's voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of being looked down upon. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, "Shannon Huxiao Fur Manufacturing and Marketing Group, right? So you're young Master Fang?" "Young Master Fang, you're too modest. In the first quarter of this spring, your group paid 6 million yuan in taxes. If you think the business is too small, then there's no such thing as a big business in the world." The businessman was shocked by Zhang Xiaobao's words and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise, as if wondering how Zhang Xiaobao knew so much. Chapter 902. When the businessman surnamed Fang heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, his first reaction was not to ask Zhang Xiaobao, but to look around nervously. Seeing that there were no outsiders nearby, he lowered his voice and said, "Young Master Zhang, do you have time later? I would like to invite young Master Zhang and his wife to eat something in a secluded place." Looking at the other party's overreaction, Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei shook their head. "I don't have time. I still have to build a house for Shuiyun and her husband, so I'll skip the meal. Do you want to make money?" "Yes, very much. Young Master Zhang is busy and takes care of a lot of things every day, but there are too many people around. If someone with bad intentions knows, then—" Fang Dongjiao was clear in his heart. Although Zhang Xiaobao just praised him for paying a lot of taxes and said that his Shannon Tiger Skin Manufacturing and Marketing Group was big, but compared to other people's business, it was not enough. What was 6 million? It was only 60,000 strings of cash. How big could the group be? The taxes that other people paid in a quarter could buy several groups of his own. It was very difficult to invite Zhang Xiaobao to eat a meal. It was not enough to just have a little money. There were many people richer than him. If he invited all of them, Zhang Xiaobao would not need to do anything else but accompany him to eat every day. But Fang Dongjia did not want to share with others, so it was very difficult for him. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said to Fang Dongjia, "Fang Dongjia, you can't eat by yourself. After listening today, if you have any friends in the business world, you can contact them. Don't worry, I won't lie to you." Big business? Fang Dongjia was stunned, then suddenly understood. Yes, unless young Master Zhang doesn't do it, it will naturally not be a small business. Young Master Zhang, don't misunderstand. I didn't say that you lied to me. I still know you. My business is not harmful, and you won't attack me. Can you tell me in detail? Fang Dongjia couldn't imagine how big of a storm Zhang Xiaobao would stir up this time. The only thing he knew was that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't make a move against him. He still understood Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things very well. Whether it was a merchant of the Great Tang or an outsider, as long as they did business in the Great Tang, it was fine to buy at a low price and sell at a high price. It was also fine if there was a shortage of goods in a place that were not for the livelihood of the people, but it was forbidden to deliberately interfere. If one didn't speculate in goods related to the livelihood of the people, he wouldn't care, but if one really did, one could only wait to go bankrupt. Some people hated him, some loved him. They hated him for being a busybody, but they loved him for having a high moral character. There were even more worshippers who worshipped him as a godlike existence in the business world. Thinking of this, Fang Dongjia recalled what he had done and found that he had not crossed Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. Thus, he was not afraid. He just wanted to know how much money he had invested and how much he had earned. As the two of them approached each other and whispered, the gazes of those who were slightly further away immediately swept over. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao, they couldn't see anything, but seeing Fang Dongjia's expression, they knew that something good had happened. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if others could hear them. It was best if more people were eavesdropping, whether it was a friendly party or someone who secretly wanted to deal with him. It didn't matter. He wasn't afraid that someone would do something bad. Whoever dared to do it would come. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao's voice was slightly louder, but the penetrating power was stronger. Fang Dongjia, do you know that there is an island in the Great Tang that is sought by famous people? I know. Is my leather goods seller going to sell there? Fang Dongjia didn't understand. You can buy furs on the island. Besides animal furs, there is also fish furs. You can also directly invest money in it. After a year, when there is a profit, contact your friends and cooperate with them. It is guaranteed that you will make a profit and not lose money. If I wasn't worried about causing too much of a stir, I would just give a call and the merchants of the Great Tang would probably start fighting. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the east where there was a sea and said to Fang Dongjia. Fang Dongjia heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice and was secretly distressed. The people nearby must have heard it. For a moment, he was anxious and helpless. Young Master Zhang, how much is it? The initial investment is 5 million strings of cash. Can Fang Dongjia handle it alone? Zhang Xiaobao emphasized the 5 million strings of cash. When the people nearby heard this, their eyes widened at almost the same time. Takeshita Junichiro, who had just arrived, also pricked up his ears. What a large amount! Just the initial investment was 5 million strings of cash. Fang Dongjia shook his head vigorously. I can't handle it, but I can find someone to raise it. Can young Master Zhang tell me more about it? I can't. There are too many details. If you believe me, take the money. If you don't, stay away. Zhang Xiaobao showed an unhappy expression. He turned his head to look at the house built for Shui Yun and her husband. The house was being built to a height of 10 zhang. He didn't know what height Shui Yun had in mind. I believe you. I'll go find someone to discuss it. If the money isn't enough, young Master Zhang, when you find someone else, you must bring me along. Fang Dongjia knew that he had misspoken. After explaining, he didn't dare to disturb Zhang Xiaobao. He lowered his head and walked out in large strides. Takeshita Junichiro looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then glanced at the house. After a moment of consideration, he chased after Fang Dongjia. Zhang Xiaobao glanced sideways at Takeshita Junichiro's back and shook his head. He said to Wang Wan, who was looking over, "I thought it would take a lot of effort. I was worried about how to get him to fall into the trap. I didn't expect him to come in by himself. You won't blame me, right? Is there a difference? Your purpose is to get him in. Whether he takes the initiative or not, don't act so innocent while scheming. Shui Yun, is that okay?" Wang Wan said a few words to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. She turned around and asked Shui Yun, who was waiting for her new home. Shui Yun didn't answer directly. Instead, she flapped her wings and gradually flew away. After a while, 2 different eagle cries came from the sky. The Shui Yun couple, one red and one white, appeared under the cloth of the hot air balloon. They circled around the shelf a few times, and both landed in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Shui Yun nodded. "Oh, I understand." Zhang Xiaobao also nodded. "Shui Yun, I don't want to criticize you, but it's wrong to be afraid of your wife. Is the height of the house enough? Can't you just say a word? You have to discuss it with your wife. It's too embarrassing for a man. You must have the final say on important matters. You can't be spoiled." Shui Yun was fine with simple words, but after Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Shui Yun was confused. "I love to hear my husband's words the most, husband. Tell this concubine, what is a big matter?" Wang Wan, who was at the side, held Xiaobao's arm and asked in a sweet voice. "The important matter is when I let the second son come out. Okay, this is the height. Reinforce the bottom. Don't let the wind blow it down and hurt the children. I'll only ask you." Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and answered Wang Wan boldly. Then, he directed the construction team again. After he was done talking about the construction team, Zhang Xiaobao turned to Shui Yun and said, "Ask your wife what kind of straw to use as a nest. If she thinks straw is hard, then there's also cotton. Someone, bring all the things we prepared here and let Shui Yun choose." Chapter 903. Under the attention of countless people, Shui Yun and her husband's home was repaired. Among the materials provided, Shui Yun chose a portion of cotton, a portion of straw, and even more than a dozen hard dry branches. After busying herself with Hong Luan for a little less than an hour, the soft bed was finally completed. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, Shui Yun flew away alone. After a while, she returned with a piece of cement in her mouth. Nobody knew where she got it from. She threw it at Zhang Xiaobao's feet and let out a long cry. Fortunately, it was Zhang Xiaobao. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't know what Shui Yun wanted to do. Wang Wan was more puzzled. Shui Yun wants to build a depression with cement around the nest, just like the gap on the cliff. The 2 sides can block the wind and the top can block the rain, Zhang Xiaobao said. The people in charge of the surrounding construction were surprised by Shui Yun's intelligence. Without further instructions, they hurriedly fetched the cement, climbed up the 10-feet-high shelf, and began to build a simulated cliff for the Shui Yun couple. When everything was ready, the cement was dry, and Shui Yun moved in. Wang Wan was a little worried. "Xiaobao, do you think there will be people who can't hurt us and will target Shui Yun?" Usually, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao paid the most attention to safety and protection. One was always counted and the other was specialized in this. They were never willing to leave a loophole that could be used by the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "I think it's possible. It's hard to guess people's thoughts of revenge. Some people are very careless. If they can't take revenge on the person themselves, they will take action around the person. They won't even let go of a dog. As long as they can find a chance to attack the other party, they will take action." Then why don't you think of a way? If anything happens to Shui Yun, we won't just lose an eagle. At that time, even if we cut the enemy into pieces, we won't be able to exchange for a life. We can stop guns, but what about crossbows? Wang Wan had long stopped treating Shui Yun as an animal. Just like Furry, the big goose she raised, she treated it as a part of the family. Firstly, animals with high intelligence were indeed cute. Secondly, it was to show the other farmers and servants that the master was good. If she could treat animals like this, how could she treat humans? Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He picked up a small stone the size of a thumbnail and threw it into the lake. Looking at the ripples, he said, "How far can a crossbow shoot? This rack is built very well. Some parts of the wood are thick while others are thin. Have you ever seen a magic trick?" "What magic trick?" Wang Wan clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao was using the method of asking questions to guide her. To be precise, he was showing off his knowledge, but she still cooperated with him and asked a question. "It's to put a person performing a magic trick in a place that looks very narrow and difficult to hide in. Then, the magician can disappear in front of other people's eyes." Zhang Xiaobao opened his arms and made a gesture commonly used by magicians. However, he was not wearing a large black robe, so he looked a little out of place. Wang Wan nodded cooperatively. With a blank look in her eyes, she replied, "I've seen it before." "What's wrong?" "It's very magical." "Xiaobao, do you know how to do it? Tell me, I've always wanted to understand the principle behind it." Zhang Xiaobao immediately became depressed. Wang Wan's words were too fake. He bowed his head in resignation. "Wifey, thank you. You know how to take care of my face. What I meant was to use the error of visual angle to put people on the rack. No matter how far a crossbow's attack range is, it's not as far as our sniper rifle. I'll just have to inconvenience Shui Yun and her husband. Let them be the bait and give the people who want to deal with us a chance. Shui Yun is now a general. No matter whether she's an eagle or a man, she's still an official of the imperial court. As long as someone comes within a certain distance and wants to do something unfavorable to Shui Yun, we'll take action in advance. What if it's someone from the imperial family?" Wang Wan didn't play dumb this time. She walked around the rack and looked around as she asked. "It's the same. As long as they don't give notice in advance, no one can come. Except for Li Longji and my godfather. When something really happens, we'll have Shui Yun go to the palace to fight the local court and let our wise His Majesty the Emperor preside over justice." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "I reckon Shui Yun won't be able to win even once. She can't speak the human language. Won't the other party's mouth be whatever they say? Don't you think so? You're too bad. You send people to make a move and then have Shui Yun do it. She won't be able to say anything, but it's precisely because she can't speak that the other party is depressed. Just like Xiaobei and the others, if they really do catch an official and bring him to the palace, even if the other party has no problems, they'll still be taught a lesson. Between the words of a child and the words of an adult, there's no need to ask which is more trustworthy. Even if Li Longji clearly knows that Xiaobei and the others are lying, he'll still teach that official a lesson even if he doesn't give us face. Why is it that other people aren't caught, but you're being targeted by a group of children? You can't even solve a child's problem, so what can you do?" Wang Wan imagined that one day, Shui Yun and her husband would really go to Xingqing Palace to confront the other party. She couldn't help but want to laugh. It was really too difficult to understand the principles of this world. At the mention of Xiaobei, a gratified smile appeared on Zhang Xiaobao's face. The railway was about to be completed. His younger brothers and sisters went there to help every day. They sang songs and danced for the people who worked for free and only ate a meal. Their popularity was getting better and better. Xiaobei wrote a memorial yesterday. Did you see it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. I saw it. I don't know why this little girl is so smart. She said that she's waiting for the railway to be completed and invited the people of the capital to take it for free. She's not willing to spend the money she earned to buy tickets and insists that we bear the cost. I don't know why she needs so much money. I heard from the person who takes care of her that she took all of Shanghai and the others' money. In total, it should be 10,000 strings of cash, right? Wang Wan followed. That's right. They usually do their homework well and help with the household chores. Add to that the reward given to them by those truly outrageous officials, it should be more than 11,000 strings of cash. It's not a small amount. Don't worry too much about this matter. Let her do it. Even if she makes a mistake, it's fine. We'll help clean up the mess. Zhang Xiaobao didn't deliberately remember how much money his younger brothers and sisters had. It was just a professional habit. Okay, let's not care. Let's go and take a look at the railway that's been completed. The Great Tang's railway has a long way to go. Xiaobao, those two people don't seem to be looking at us right now. Chapter 904. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao nodded his head slightly, indicating that he understood. He did not turn his head to look at the two people. Xiaobao, what do you think the two of them want to do? They have been watching us for a long time. Do they still dare to do anything to us? Wang Wan did not look at the two of them, afraid that they would be alerted. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and spoke intimately. They look like thieves. I noticed them long ago. That look in their eyes is very familiar. Zhang Xiaobao was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, his and Wang Wan's identities were known by many people. As long as the two of them did not deliberately disguise themselves, at least 2 out of 10 people walking on the streets of Chang'an would be able to recognize them. The two of them were pretending to be innocent. No matter how one looked at it, they had something to do. Since that was the case, they must be locals. Even if they came from outside, they would first understand the local situation. Could it be that they were tired of living? Did they want to test the consequences of stealing the provincial governor? After Zhang Xiaobao said that, Wang Wan glanced at the two of them again and found that it was indeed so. When she carried Zhang Xiaobao and continued to walk, she said, "You are with them? Why didn't they come over? Don't slander them. Why don't you say that you are with them? Let's go and look at our railway. Ignore them. We will know who they are later. I hope that they really have a motive for us. It would be best if there is a very mysterious organization behind them." Zhang Xiaobao did not care that there were people watching them. When the two of them were watching them, there were also people watching the two of them. When the time came, they would follow and find the clues. You want to clear your name when you just made a move not long ago? In the Tang Empire, why haven't I seen such mysterious things? I feel that the two of us are already mysterious enough. Do you think the train will be like the first train at that time, very, very slow? It will make people feel that it is much worse than a horse. Wang Wan leaned closer to Zhang Xiaobao. When she talked about the mysterious relationship between her and Zhang Xiaobao, her eyes were a little blank, as if she was reminiscing, but also as if she had forgotten. Zhang Xiaobao was also stunned, then sighed. Previous life? That's right. Past life and present life. Could it be that one glance in the past life was all for the sake of meeting in this life? Wang Wan rested her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and sang a few lines, which confused Zhang Xiaobao. When was this song released? It's passable. More than 100 years ago, oh, more than 1,000 years later. You're singing a song that's been there for so long? It's old. Oh, wrong. You even sang such a popular song. There's no such tune now. Anyway, that's how it is. Zhang Xiaobao, who had never heard this song before, did not know how to time it. Is Guoga old? When it's time to sing, it still has to be sung. Is Spring River Flower Moon old? That's classical. Didn't so many people use the flute to play the 3 plum blossoms? Is Steam Engine Train old? When the people of today and the people of our time see it, I believe they will find it fresh. Wang Wan was in a good mood, so she debated with Zhang Xiaobao for a while. Zhang Xiaobao was enlightened. He smiled and said, Yes, it's too philosophical. Steam engine train is very attractive no matter where we are, especially when it can move. It was early autumn. There was less than a month before the fall quarter examinations. Many people gathered on both sides of the tracks that had been laid out outside the capital. The locals, the merchants who came and went, the officials who stayed behind in the spring, or the students who didn't pass the examinations but wanted to continue, plus the scholars who came from other places after hearing the news of the autumn examination, they all came to see what the train was. Today's weather was good. There was no scorching sun, and there was no sign of rain. It was just a cloudy day. There was a slight breeze blowing, making people feel cool. Before the train appeared, the people waiting began to talk, especially those who were here to participate in the fall quarter examinations. They were not familiar with this place, so they gathered in groups of 3 to 5 with the locals who had come with them and asked them for information. In the end, what these people heard the most was not the train that was about to appear, but the 10 days of free banquets and the shocking scene on the first day. You didn't see it that day. Let me tell you. Aya, flying in the sky, swimming in the water, running on the ground, jumping in the grass. That guy go to the mutton soup restaurant in She City. You'll hear more details. A waiter who worked in a small shop in the capital had also asked for leave today to join in the fun. While chatting with others, he did not forget to advertise the shop he worked for. The only thing that was lacking was that there was a slight discrepancy between the truth and the truth. He had used an exaggerating method. The people who came to participate in the fall quarter examinations knew that this person was not telling the truth, but they did not expose him. They allowed him to speak, and they could hear more from him. Do you think that I'm lying? This waiter was good at reading people's expressions. He knew a thing or two from the expressions of the people listening to him. A few outsiders, the leader in the middle, smiled and said, I do. After we see this thing called the train, we'll go to the mutton soup restaurant. Is there anything else interesting? Hey, really? Then when I serve the food, I'll ask the kitchen to give you a bigger serving. Let me tell you, our mutton soup restaurant does not only serve mutton soup. If you want to eat thin, we have thin, dry, and sesame seed cake. This sesame seed cake. Oh, tell me something interesting. Okay. The waiter did not forget to advertise his shop. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this, they would definitely pull him into their shop. He was a good worker. The people waiting were getting impatient. The waiter changed the topic and whispered, Let me tell you, don't spread it. You must be here to participate in the fall quarter examinations, right? It seems that you are quite knowledgeable, but don't think about becoming the top scorer. Why? The leader had an inquisitive expression. Do you still need to ask? It's already been decided by someone. According to the news from inside, no matter who comes and how many people come, the top scorer's position will not change. If you have any connections, you should quickly go and see if you can get another position. Let me tell you, even if you can't find any connections, don't be afraid. My mutton soup restaurant often has people of high status going there. When the time comes, right? As if he was afraid of being overheard, the waiter looked around nervously. Then, he lowered his voice and whispered the secret to them. I wonder who is so capable? How could the top scorer be decided? Chapter 905. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the railway and waited for the first train to move, they heard various voices coming from the crowd. After Wang Wan heard it, she did not think it was a coincidence. The people who should be talking about the train were actually talking about the upcoming autumn examinations. This was definitely not normal. She frowned and listened carefully for a while. Then, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, It seems that some people don't want us to properly participate in the examinations. Yes, they have nothing to do. They have to find something to do to feel that life is not monotonous. They are also very noble. It's not easy. They clearly know that doing such small actions will not have much of an effect on us, but they still insist on doing it. Their goal is to make us worry every time. What kind of spirit is this? Zhang Xiaobao's lips curled up. He seemed to be very happy, making the slightly depressed Wang Wan burst out laughing. If they hear your words and see your expression, I wonder if they will go crazy. You actually don't show any annoyance at all. I really don't care. I'm not pretending for others to see. Not to mention that this is an era of imperial power, even in the later era of communism, which commoner can stop the decision of the upper class. If you don't behave, then you will be suppressed. Zhang Xiaobao looked around with a calm expression. Wang Wan was clearly not satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's evaluation of the regime of a certain era. There are still better things. The past is the past. What do we do now? The imperial examination is a big event. If many people who participate in the examination know that the top scorer has been decided, they might gather together to cause trouble. Do you really plan to suppress them with force? Suppress? Do you think I am such a cold-blooded person? I can't bear to see anyone get hurt. Let's go forward. Don't let people recognize us. That will be troublesome. After all, we are public figures. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to pull down the brim of his hat. He pulled Wang Wan's hand and squeezed into the crowd. Only when they were really in the crowd could they feel the lively atmosphere. Wang Wan also followed suit and pulled down her hat. Slow down. Aren't you cold-blooded? You can't bear to see others get hurt, so you close your eyes to hurt others. I'm asking you for a proper solution. Your attitude is not good. A solution? It's simple. Watch me. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled, still looking indifferent. They touched the arm of the person beside them and asked, "Big brother, I want to ask about something. Just now, I heard someone talking about this year's autumn examinations. What's going on?" The person who was touched by Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at him. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao smiling very amiably, he also smiled and said in a low voice, "Do you know why there is a spring quarter examination this year, and there will be an autumn quarter examination soon?" "I don't know. Big brother, do you have any inside information?" Zhang Xiaobao cooperated with the pose of an underground gang member and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. "This is for special people." "Special people? Who was so special?" "I refuse to accept this," Zhang Xiaobao said indignantly. "There are many people who refuse to accept this, but we don't know who it is. Maybe it won't take long to find out. Don't tell others. If you get caught, don't blame me." This person pointed to the sky mysteriously and even trembled, indicating that it was very dangerous. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I won't say. When it comes out of your mouth, it enters my ears. No one else can hear it. Has the top scorer been arranged?" "What top scorer?" "The other positions have also been arranged. This year's autumn quarter examination is a scam." This person's mouth was almost reaching his ears, and he didn't hide his disdain at all. Zhang Xiaobao also followed this person's words. He gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes and said, "Big brother, when I squeezed my way over, I heard that this year's top scorer was given to Zhang Xiaobao. His father is a minister in the Ministry of Works, and his hometown is Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. That little brat is not even 20 years old. How can he be the top scorer? If it's him, I've decided not to stay in Tang. I'll pack up and go somewhere else." "Oh, this brother, don't blame me. I'm a straightforward person. I'll say whatever comes to my mind. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. If it was really given to Zhang Xiaobao, then it would be fine. Brother, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you should learn more and think more." This person directly scolded Zhang Xiaobao. Perhaps he felt that it was a little inappropriate, so he explained himself and changed his tone to that of a teacher. "Yes, big brother is right. Think more, but what are you thinking about?" Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at Wang Wan and winked at Wang Wan. He meant to say, "Look, isn't big brother awesome? I have supporters." Wang Wan pursed her lips and laughed softly, indicating for Zhang Xiaobao to continue. "Don't know what to think? Let me ask you, what is the purpose of the imperial examinations?" This person puffed out his chest and acted like a teacher. Purpose? Of course it's to become an official. There needs to be an official in the imperial court. That's right. What does an official do? Govern the place, don't you think so? This person continued to follow Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, and then? Then it's to let the people live a good life. You look like someone with some knowledge. Why don't you understand? Our Xiaobao and Cuckoo are already governing the place, and they are doing very well. No matter where they are, the people there will live a good life. Do you understand? Our Xiaobao and Cuckoo are already good officials. They are not the top scorer because they don't have the time to take the examinations. If they take the examinations, they will pass every examination. It would be strange if Xiaobao, who can govern the place so well, did not become the top scorer. This person kept mentioning our Xiaobao and Cuckoo. His words were so intimate that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. They looked at each other and saw a hint of moisture and determination in each other's eyes. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said to this person, "Big brother, if Xiaobao and Cuckoo hear your words, they will be very happy. Maybe they will really participate in the autumn examinations this year to be fair. Why don't we find someone to let the people in the imperial court know that it is only fair if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan participate this year? I don't think Wang Wan can do it. She is a woman." "So what if she is? How many men in Tang dare to say that they are better than her? Our Cuckoo is not inferior to men." "You are right. Let them participate in the autumn examinations and see who dares not to become the top scorer. All right, you stay here first. I will go out and take a walk." After this person finished speaking, he did not know where he was going and squeezed out with all his strength. "You are lying," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao as she looked in the direction that the person left. "I am not lying. I am really participating in the autumn examinations this year. Everyone says that if the emperor treats me like a country scholar, I will repay him like a country scholar. Since the people think that we are good officials and can let them live a good life, we will work together to make their lives better day by day." Chapter 906. Zhang Xiaobao had not expected the development of the rumors. He had originally planned to use some underhanded means, but now, he decided to do something practical. While waiting for the legendary train to appear, the crowd's opinion changed. They had initially questioned the fairness of the fall quarter examinations, but now they demanded that Zhang Xiaobao participate in the examinations and become the top scorer. Those who did not know the details of the situation cleverly found a good idea. Since the rankings of the fall quarter examinations had already been decided, as long as they pushed Zhang Xiaobao up, they could destroy this scheme. They had to give Zhang Xiaobao the top score. Apart from the ordinary people, the ones who liked to add fuel to the fire were the merchants. The merchants did not care about who was first or second in the fall quarter examinations. They only cared about their own status. Now, the merchants' status had risen slightly. One reason was because of the support they had received from Zhang Xiaobao's several business operations, and the other reason was because of the resources and money they had contributed to the Chaoyang operation. These caused the merchants' image to change. The only thing they could think of when they heard the people's discussion was that if Zhang Xiaobao really participated in this year's fall quarter examinations and did not become the top scorer, then their status would drop. In the eyes of the scholars, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were a pair of people who valued education. They had proposed the Chaoyang operation for the first time in Baoxing County and had worked hard for it. In the eyes of the people, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao were a pair of capable officials who cared about the suffering of the people. Wherever the two of them went to be officials, the lives of the people were very good. In the eyes of the merchants, Wang Wan was automatically ignored. Zhang Xiaobao had become the god of war of the business world. As long as he said something, as long as he commanded an operation, there was no need to doubt or hesitate. They would definitely not go wrong. If he did not become the top scorer, Then wouldn't that mean that the merchants of Great Tang were even less capable? The little bit of reputation that he had painstakingly built up would go down the drain again, and it was unknown when he would be able to recover it. Therefore, this flag could not fall. Even if he had to use money, he had to push Zhang Xiaobao to the position of top scorer. With this idea in mind, the businessmen were not like the commoners who only knew how to talk. They were afraid that a long night would bring trouble, so they did not care about the train anymore. They squeezed out of the crowd and found a place where they could send telegrams. They sent telegrams to their business partners and discussed how to push Zhang Xiaobao to the top spot when he participated in the fall quarter examinations. Just like that, the atmosphere of what should have been a lively scene of watching the train changed. Li Longji, who was watching the show from the sky in the hot air balloon, was also paying attention to the situation below. From time to time, someone would send him information. However, the events that transpired today were a little out of Li Longji's expectations. At first, everyone was talking about the train, but later on, they were talking about the rankings of this year's fall quarter examinations. When Li Longji first heard this news, he glared at the other people in the hot air balloon accompanying him. Those people were from the Imperial clan, especially those from the Imperial clan who had always been at odds with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang clan. If Li Longji did not know that they were the ones behind this, he would not be the emperor anymore. Just as he was wondering how to suppress this matter, the direction of the discussions below changed. After hearing the report from the person who received the telegram, Li Longji exhaled. He picked up a glass of wine with ice cubes and took a sip comfortably. He asked Gao Lishir, "Lishir, do you have anything to say?" Gao Lishir was in a good mood when he heard the emperor's question. He pondered for a moment before replying. This subject has noticed that the commoners have become smarter and more daring. They are actually starting to care about the matters of the imperial court. Without knowing the inside story, it is not appropriate for them to recklessly discuss the matters of the imperial court. Is it really not appropriate? Li Longji asked again. This subject is unable to make a judgment at the moment. If I say that it is not appropriate, it is indeed not appropriate. How would the commoners know that the matters of the imperial court are difficult to handle? However, there are also benefits. At the very least, if the local officials want to deceive the commoners into doing something bad, even if the commoners do not say it, they will know in their hearts that it will not be the same as before, where the commoners can only follow the orders of the officials. During this year's spring flood, many officials who were improper in their governance were reported. Coupled with the publicity in the newspapers, the commoners in the affected areas evacuated very quickly. This was unlike in the past, where there were people who would rather die in their homes than leave. This was because they knew that leaving was only temporary. Once the flood subsided, there would be people helping to rebuild. The commoners who were not affected by the disaster were also willing to temporarily accept those who escaped. This is a sign of increased cohesion. This subject believes that His Majesty will start a war and write about the enemy's disrespect to our great Tang in the newspapers. At that time, even if the number of regular soldiers is not enough, we will be able to increase the number of soldiers by 10 million to fight for the country. At this moment, Gao Lishir was not happy that his godson had gained the support of the commoners. He did not purely comment on whether the commoners should become smarter or not. He was analyzing the gains and losses from the perspective of the country. Li Longji did not speak immediately. He narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "I think that as long as no one deliberately sows discord, the commoners are still good people. The more knowledge the commoners have, the harder it will be for others to incite them. Unless I am so muddle-headed that I should retire, the commoners will not support me. However, it is not easy to be a local official. If he does something wrong, it will be difficult for him to fool the commoners. He can't just lie with his eyes wide open, right? We can learn from the local officials." Luzhou, Boxin County, Suzhou, and Chongning County. They have publicized their income, the things they have to do, and the money they have to spend. If they are not guilty, what is there to be afraid of? Am I right, Li Shi? Your Majesty is right. Take Boxin County for example. I've paid attention to it. The new county magistrate has been following the rules and doing things according to the old ways. This year, he built a new yamen, and he also built a new one with the money from the yamen. He didn't want to build the yamen himself. The commoners saw that the yamen in the county was too shabby and felt that it would affect the county's image. Therefore, they took the initiative to jointly request the county magistrate to build the yamen. In the past, whenever an official wanted to build a yamen, even if the commoners did not dare to say it openly, they would curse behind their back. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo once said that the commoners of Tang are the best and most reasonable people. As long as they are not forced into a corner, they will be very obedient. Therefore, before Gao Lishur could finish his sentence, Li Longji finished his sentence with a murderous look on his face. Then, he said, "If I find out which official is forcing the commoners to their deaths, I'll confiscate his house and let him die a horrible death." After he finished speaking, Li Longji smiled again. He glanced at the other hot air balloons and said, "Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will participate in the fall examination this year. Even if the two of them want to find an excuse, they won't be able to escape. This is the will of the people, after all. It's time to let the people know that they can't go against the will of the people and behave themselves." Indeed, the people on the hot air balloons behaved themselves. They had also received the news from their subordinate. Initially, they wanted to make a big fuss about it. When the commoners were unhappy and objected to it, they wanted to mention Zhang Xiaobao's name so that Zhang Xiaobao would not be able to become the top scorer. What they didn't expect was that by pushing the people behind the scenes, they would get a different result. Before they could achieve their goal, when they mentioned Zhang Xiaobao's name, the commoners themselves thought of Zhang Xiaobao and took the initiative to mention him. The people who passed on the message did not add any embellishments, but they kept calling him our Xiao Bao and our Cuckoo. These kinds of words made people feel fear. Without any sense of distance, it didn't mean that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had lost their status as officials in the eyes of the commoners. Not only would it not hinder them from issuing administrative orders, but it would also allow them to gain the support of the commoners. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. A portion of the members of the imperial clan who wanted to go against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan simultaneously thought of this phrase. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were squeezing through the crowd, finally arrived at the side of the railway. This was the place where the train was supposed to connect. The train was not here, but on the boat. Originally, it was agreed that Luoyang was connected to Chang'an. After arriving at the Yellow River, the passengers would get off the train, cross the bridge, and take the train on the other side to continue their journey. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed this matter for several days. Finally, they decided to use the boat to load the train and go between the two sides. After all, the passengers could walk, but it was not easy to handle the goods. If they had the time to load and unload, it would be better to pull the train directly. Wang Wan waited for the train to come in a while so that she could stand on the platform with Zhang Xiaobao and announce the matter. Her eyes swept back and forth on the river surface, and she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It would be good if there were electric locomotives. The current steam engine can't pull things that are too heavy. It can only pull 15 carriages at a time, and each carriage can only carry 20 tons of goods. The speed is only 30 kilometers per hour. It's really slow. The speed of the train is slow, and the number of carriages it can pull is small. However, the technological development of the Tang Empire is fast. If we can build a train today, I dare to build an airplane tomorrow. Look at this railway. Even if we don't give the steam engine technology to Japan and other countries, they can't build a railway." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with this train. This was not just a problem of a train. Other aspects of technology must meet the corresponding requirements before a train can appear. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Remember to send people to guard the railway. I'm afraid that someone will remember us and send people to dig the railway. It can transport 300 tons of goods at a time. If it is built to Tibet, I will mobilize the troops and you will organize the logistics. Then it's too far, right? It can't be built. Wang Wan fantasized about the transportation ability of the train during a war. When she thought of the Longyu Road, she laughed. Now, it was no different from a fool's dream to build a railway there. Yes, there will be such a day. However, I estimate that the railway can be built to India one day. If you really want to go to war, you can use a large transport plane. Remember to write down the names of those who participated in the development of the train and let the people of the world know of their existence. I don't dare to take credit. Chapter 907. Under the anticipation of the crowd, the ship carrying the train slowly entered the dock. There were 15 carriages with a capacity of 20 tons and 2 noses. It didn't need to be a big ship, just a large ferry that transported goods on the river would do. Because it was for show, there were no cargo compartments. Instead, there were 15 passenger compartments with transparent and clean glass windows. The carriages were painted a bright light blue. When it appeared in front of the people, the waiting people instantly liked this thing called a train. They thought that it would be very comfortable to sit in it. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood how uncomfortable it was to sit in such a rumbling train. They had sat in specially built nostalgic places before. I think it's okay. At least it's not like what an article said. The people of Tang can go and enjoy life. Zhang Xiaobao suppressed the other thoughts in his heart and praised against his will. Wang Wan nodded. Yes, it's better than sitting in a carriage. Even the Quicksilver dynamic balance house that Xiaobei and the others sat in when they were young is not as good as this train. How high are you going to set the ticket price? Ticket price? It's not very far from Chang'an to Luoyang, right? It's close in a straight line, but the railway makes a detour. It takes a day and a night to stop and wait for people and get on and off the ship. The theoretical speed is 30 kilometers per hour, but it can't be achieved in practice. How about 30 copper coins? Is it expensive? Zhang Xiaobao also couldn't estimate the price. If the cost of the railway and the train were to be calculated, then the price would be high. However, if the cost of normal travel was considered, then the price should be low. Wang Wan's beautiful eyebrows raised twice. She said, if we walk from Chang'an to Luoyang, it will take a month. If we walk quickly, it will take half a month. If we ride fast, we will arrive in a day. When we leave, we will eat fried noodles, dry biscuits, and salted vegetables. Water will be free on the road, and we will take our own shoes. That will cost 20 copper coins. If you want to save money, go ahead. Now that the roads are better, go along the railway. It's safer than before. If you want to save time, take the train. I think there will be a lot of merchants. Anyway, merchants don't lack money. Let's set it at 50 coins. Is that enough for the coal? Shaanxi and Hunan both produce coal, so of course there will be enough. The stations along the way will need more coal reserve. Supplies will need to be resupplied and water will also need 2 tracks, one going and one coming back. When we have enough this time, we will think of a way to increase the number of tracks. 50 copper coins will do. Zhang Xiaobao did some calculations and felt that this price was not considered expensive. The time saved from this trip was still very precious, especially for merchants. While the two of them were discussing the price, the ship on the dock connected with the railway. Under the command of Shao Qi, the train on the ship started to pick up speed with a rumbling sound. Thick smoke billowed out of it. When the people on both sides of the railway saw the huge head of the train, they were shocked. They also felt a kind of pressure coming from it. They were afraid that such a huge thing would suddenly rush out and hit them, so they all dodged to the side. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. Fortunately, Someone had already anticipated this situation and quickly used a loudspeaker to shout, telling the crowd not to panic and that the train would not appear outside the 2 iron pillars. Only then did the restless crowd calm down. When the 17 carriages of the train had all arrived on the ground and were heading towards the entrance of the capital, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about the slow speed of the train and directly climbed onto the train. Under the shock of the people watching, they continuously waved their hand. "It's Xiaobao! It's Xiaobao and Cuckoo!" Someone in the crowd immediately recognized Zhang Xiaobao and shouted at the top of his voice, trying to drown out the sound of the train. Unfortunately, only a few people next to him could hear it. On the train, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan frowned. The two of them wanted to take this opportunity to talk, but they did not expect that the sound of the train was too loud. No matter how much they shouted, it was useless. The hot air balloon in the sky was slightly further away, so it was not affected much. Gao Lishur said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this thing is the train. I estimate that it will take less than 24 hours to go from Dongdu to Chang'an. Your Majesty, if you want to go out in the future, you only need to take the train and not let other people come on. You don't have to worry about your safety, and you don't need to spend too much money." In fact, even without Gao Lishur's words, Li Longji had the same idea. He liked to go out for a stroll, but every time he went out, he had to spend a lot of money. Just the team of guards was very large. Now that there was a train, he could charter one. However, he could not say that. It would be easy for people to mistake him as Yang Guang. It was obvious that he was building a canal to facilitate transportation, but he could not bear to be accused of it. He nodded and said, "We should also prioritize the benefits of the people. We should speed up the transportation and coordinate the transportation between the north and the south. When this line is running normally, we should consider the people and the livelihood of the people in other places of Tang." Gao Lishur understood. "Your Majesty, rest assured. As long as this line is successful, I believe that other places will be paved with railways as soon as possible. Now that our dynasty is rich with money and grain, and with Xiao Bao's support, no one dares to say that the Zhang family and Wang family are building the railway and train for their own interests. I estimate that it won't be long before the railway from Chang'an to Sanshui County is completed, and then to Jili Province and Jiangnan East Road. Perhaps there will be a railway from Jiangnan East Road to Luzhou. I'll ask Xiao Bao about this. Perhaps he already has a plan." Gao Lishur's meaning was very clear. He meant that the current situation was different from before. The imperial court could still support the construction of the railway. Moreover, this proposal was led by Zhang Zhong's Ministry of Works. Even if others were to blame them, they would look for the Zhang family and Wang family and subtly mention it. It would be very convenient for them to travel in the future. When the train slowly came to the outskirts of Chang'an, it finally came to a stop with an ear-piercing sound of brakes. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously and stretched out his hand to the person who was shouting below, asking that person to throw a loudspeaker up. At this time, he and Wang Wan had already taken off their hats, and they were no longer as low-key. Many people recognized the two of them. Immediately, a burst of cheers broke out in the crowd. Some were happy to see the two of them, while some were purely supporting them. There were also some who cheered along with others. As for why they were cheering, they had no idea. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to press down with one hand, indicating for the crowd to be quiet. When everyone stopped cheering, he put the loudspeaker to his mouth and said to the crowd, "Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Xiaobao." Wow! Another burst of cheers rang out below. Most of them were women. Wang Wan curled her lips at the side, then suddenly smiled. She knew why so many girls were cheering. It was all because Zhang Xiaobao had given her so many things some time ago, especially the last 10 days of shrouding the sky. When he said 10 days, it was 10 days. During those 10 days, they could eat and drink as much as they wanted outside the city, but when they entered the city, they could enjoy endless shade. For a time, she became the dream lover of many girls who had fantasies in their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression from the corner of his eyes. He hurriedly pressed down with his hand again, waited for the cheers to die down, and introduced her. This is the Deputy Provincial Governor of Bohai, Wang Wan. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. The surrounding people did their best to control their breathing, let alone speak. They didn't even dare to use force. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Wang Wan muttered, "Am I that scary?" Zhang Xiaobao's reaction was faster. He immediately said, "I understand your thoughts. In fact, the so-called warriors of Tubo back then were even more afraid than you." To what extent were they afraid of? A general suppressing 1,000 cavalry. Good. Demon Fiend Cuckoo, good job. Suddenly, a rough shout came from the crowd. With this shout, more shouts followed, instantly breaking the silence just now. Just like the shouts for Zhang Xiaobao just now, it was basically the voices of girls just now, but now it was the voices of men. Wang Wan smiled happily this time. She kept waving at the surrounding people, and even looked up at the group of hot air balloons, scaring the members of the imperial clan who were enemies of Zhang Xiaobao. 2 of them almost fell from the top. After laughing for a while, Wang Wan snatched the loudspeaker in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and shouted to the crowd, "I am Cuckoo. Whoever dares to offend Tang, I will lead the troops to kill. Whether it's Duoshi, Japan, or Xian Luo, kill. Kill, kill, kill." The hot-blooded men below followed suit and shouted, "Oh, my great aunt, pay attention to international influence. Many foreigners are here. Give it to me. You are not suitable to be a diplomat." Zhang Xiaobao quickly took the loudspeaker back and explained with a warm smile, "Just now, Military Commander Wang was joking with friends from other places. We are peace-loving people. Even if there are differences and conflicts, we will sit down and talk. We will not bring millions of soldiers to pressure the border, nor will we fire guns. Although we have very powerful special forces, everyone can rest assured that we will not use them for assassination. As for economic attacks, it will not happen. Don't worry." It would have been better if Zhang Xiaobao did not explain. Once he did, it made people from other countries worry, especially Takeshita Junichiro, who had been in Beijing with a certain purpose. He felt that the threat in Zhang Xiaobao's words was very heavy. Zhang Xiaobao did not care what others thought. A strong country should act like a strong country. Who said that strong countries had to look like they were easy to bully? After threatening the others, he smiled and said, "There's one more thing that I want to tell everyone. Actually, I'm not supposed to say it, but many people are concerned, so I'll mention it. That is, Wan Wan and I will be participating in this year's fall quarter examinations. I guarantee that there won't be any cheating." "Okay, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, top scorer." The crowd below was in chaos again. There were all kinds of shouts. Chapter 908. Asking about the long journey, the moon turns and the sun sets. The blue sky, the flying gulls and herons, the wind blows over the West Lake. Asking about the long journey, shameless, shameless. On the hot air balloon, Li Yan gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. "Your Highness, there's no need to lower yourself to their level. They're just petty people who get what they deserve." The people around Li Yan quickly tried to persuade him. Li Yan had heard too many such words recently. Ever since his concubine's brother was dealt with, many people came to comfort him and ask him to bear with it, but not many were willing to help him. Li Yan understood that if it was someone else, even if it was another brother or the son of a prince, he would not have fallen into such a situation. It was because the person who impeached him was too unusual. 9 children jointly came to the morning court to cause trouble. That cute appearance of theirs was too lethal. Not to mention that they really had something on them, even if they were not wrong, they would still be weaker. Even so, he endured it and looked for an opportunity to repay them generously. The people in the imperial family, who grieved for the loss of the rabbit, helped to talk to his father, thinking that it should be able to make the Zhang family and Wang family restrain themselves a little. Who knew that not only did they not care, they even made such a big scene during the recruitment ceremony. In the end, they even covered Chang with a cloth for 10 days. Now that they finally found a way to prevent Zhang Xiaobao from getting the honor he deserved in this year's autumn imperial examination, they did not expect that a train ride would help the two of them. Can they really be so arrogant? Aren't they afraid of being forced to abdicate? Li Yan muttered as he looked at his father's hot air balloon. He could not help but sigh at the lack of family affection in the imperial family. His own son was not as favored as an outsider. Sitting under the hot air balloon, Li Longji did not even think about his son Li Yan. He listened attentively to the voices below, appearing to be very satisfied. Even Gao Lishur beside him did not have any other thoughts. For example, Zhang family and Wang family were too powerful and difficult to control. In his opinion, such a thing was impossible to happen. The main reason was the attitude of the Zhang family and Wang family children. The 11 children were never afraid of the emperor like the others. The respect they showed was not for the throne, but for the emperor's age. The one with the most obvious performance was Xiao Bei. To Xiao Bei, the solemn palace was just another place to play. His Majesty the Emperor was a kind elder. Xiao Bei was willing to help his elder with something and also liked to sing and dance in front of his elder to express himself. There was also Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. There was not the slightest hint of nervousness on their faces. When they spoke with His Majesty, it was no different from a normal conversation. Although the topic was rather important, such as deciding the life and death of a country or planning the lives of the common people of the Great Tang, the ease with which they spoke was not something that could be faked. Even a king or the crown prince would not be able to speak so naturally. It showed that he did not have a ghost in his heart. He did not care whether His Majesty would be angry because of this, and he did not deliberately try to please His Majesty. In his magnanimity, it was exactly the same as the saying, "There is nothing that cannot be said to others." With that thought in mind, Gao Lishur said softly to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, it seems that you don't have to worry about the fall quarter examinations this year." "How can you not worry about it? The two of them were able to speak when they were less than a year old, and when they were younger they studied poetry and books. Don't look at how one of them is good at war and the other is good at governance. If one day the two of them were to switch positions, Zhen believes that Xiao Bao's ability to lead troops in battle would not be much worse than Wan Wan's, and Wan Wan's governance is also beyond the reach of ordinary people. This fall quarter examinations this year will be posted all over Chang'an. I will gather thousands of students in the hibiscus garden and test Xiao Bao and Cuckoo face to face. I will let the world see that I dote on them for a reason. Lishur, are you worried that the two of them will not be able to answer the questions?" Li Longji decided to take a gamble on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was betting that the two of them were not only proficient in military and politics, but were also proficient in other subjects. Li Longji had reason to be happy, especially when he heard that the people supported Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to participate in the fall quarter examinations and become the top scorer. He was not worried about anything else, because no matter how much the people supported the two of them to become the top scorer, it was the thoughts expressed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as subjects. This showed that the people still approved of his position as the emperor. Gao Lishur nodded, then shook his head. "Your Majesty, I am not worried that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not be able to answer the questions. The two of them memorized Yi when they were 4 years old. After that, they learned the selection of literature, the book of songs, and so on. It seems that if you put them in front of them, they would be able to learn it in a short period of time. Intelligent people do not need to study hard for 10 years to get a good ranking. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have studied for many years. In addition, they have been intelligent since they were young. I think it would be too easy for them to talk about the imperial examination. The purpose of the imperial examination is to choose the pillars of the country. They have never taken the imperial examination, so who would dare to say that they are not capable? What I am worried about is that during the political discussion in the hibiscus garden, the two of them will reveal our dynasty's secrets. Your Majesty must not casually ask about things that are too important. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the two of them to answer. I am also worried that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will become famous in the autumn imperial examination, causing the other students to lose the confidence to participate in the spring imperial examination next year. I am not afraid of not knowing the goods, but I am afraid of comparing the goods. When Li Longji heard Gao Lisher's words, he also hesitated. He understood that the normal imperial examination questions were like child's play to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Not to mention other things, just Xiao Bei's 9 children could easily pass a county's children's examination. If it was only about literature, Xiao Yuan could even pass the provincial capital's high scholar examination without a problem. He was born with a good family. That thing called nutrition was good. In addition, his education method was special. Compared to other children of the same age, he was not just a little bit better. If the autumn imperial examination questions this year were really too difficult, would the other students still take the exam? If they worked so hard to study and found that they couldn't even answer a single question, it would be very easy for them to collapse. After considering this matter for a while, Li Longji proposed, "Why don't we give a few more spots to Reed's and Reed's Academy this year? With them as a foil, they should be stronger. After all, the requirements for Reed's and Reed's Academy are stricter. Besides the required knowledge, they also need to be proficient in government affairs. In the past few years, those who have successfully graduated as high scholars from Reed's and Reed's Academy have all passed the spring imperial examination. Your Majesty's words are correct. At present, many of the local officials of the Great Tang are already unable to adapt to the speed of the Great Tang's construction. The officials who originally performed well can't keep up with the development pace set by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. We should find more officials who are proficient in government affairs and send them to the local areas, or else they'll just be a burden. We should discuss this matter with the other officials. Gao Lisher had a rather good understanding of the current situation. In the past, the officials only needed to ensure that the people under their rule didn't cause too much trouble, repair the irrigation works, help record the output of the fields, pacify the people, and catch criminals. That would definitely give them an excellent score during the evaluation. But that wasn't the case in the present day. The local officials now didn't just want you to focus on whether or not you had a good harvest this year. Instead, they wanted you to plan for crops other than wheat, rice, and soybeans. They also wanted you to make rational use of the land to plant other economic crops. They wanted to teach the people what to plant and how to sell them. If the neighboring counties all grew the same thing, for example, sugarcane, the land planned by the officials wasn't suitable for planting, and the sugarcane they grew would have a lower sugar content than the surrounding counties. If there was no market for it, it would be considered a failure. It was the same for industry. What was suitable for processing, where to obtain the raw materials, the problems that would arise, and the final profits had to be considered beforehand. In addition, logistics, tourism, infrastructure, education, medical care, and many other things had to be considered. When calculating the county's finances, the ratio of output to input had to be calculated. This way, those who only had a family member who was an official or those who only wrote a few good essays were unable to adapt. As the Great Tang's agriculture and industry system gradually developed, many local officials were unable to become good officials even if they wanted to. After hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji's excited expression calmed down, and he sighed. No wonder Xiao Bao likes to work in the Agriculture Office and Ministry of Works. After so many years of investment, we finally see result. But the talents can't keep up. From this year onwards, the learning before an official takes office can't just be a formality. The evaluation must be strict, and those who can't pass are not allowed to be demoted to be a local official. Not only will they harm the people and the country, they will also be digging their own grave. It's difficult to govern such a huge country. After this year's autumn examinations, should we transfer Xiao Bao to the head of the Secretariat? Your Majesty, you mustn't let Xiao Bao become the Prime Minister. Even if he has the ability, the other officials will be disappointed. Furthermore, Xiao Bao doesn't seem to know how to be an official. Gao Lishir immediately tried to dissuade Li Longji. He didn't want his godson to be roasted on the fire. Li Longji agreed that the officials were disappointed, but he didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao didn't know how to be an official. It's not that Xiaobao and Cuckoo don't know how to be an official, but they don't want to. Would a person with a submachine gun play the same game as a person with a hoe? If you don't believe me, I'll bring them here for 2 days to see if there's anyone who can compete with them in half a month. After the examination, I'll have the 2 of them return to Bohai and settle the matters there. After that, Xiao Bao will enter the Ministry of Revenue, and Cuckoo will enter the Ministry of Military Personnel. They will be assistant ministers for a few months. While chatting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's future positions were arranged by Li Longji. He didn't think too much about it and directly arranged for them to be assistant ministers. Chapter 909. After announcing their participation in this year's fall quarter examinations, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left hand in hand. The people who were secretly protecting them heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of action was too dangerous. The merchants watched the 2 leave. They wanted to get closer, but they felt that their status was not high enough. The people who were preparing to participate in this year's fall quarter examinations were not in a hurry to leave. After all, it was a new thing. Who cared what it was? They would take a good look at it and write a poem or 2. Perhaps this year's fall quarter examinations would have such a topic. The other ordinary people slowly moved forward. They wanted to get closer to the huge thing and feel what it felt like. At the same time, they were very curious about the price of the ticket. They did not know how much it would cost to take a ride. Since it was the first time a train had appeared, they would naturally think of ways to let people experience it. The person in charge of advertising began to use a loudspeaker to announce the speed and stability of the train. After speaking for a full hour, he finally announced the ticket price to the people around him. It was 50 copper coins. From Chang until Luoyang, there would be a stop midway. To be precise, there were 2 stops. One was north of the Yellow River, and the other was south of the Yellow River. That was, before and after transferring to the ship, it would cost 20 copper coins. This price was not high for the common people, but it was not low either. 50 copper coins could buy 4 to 5 bushels of rice and 10 bushels of millet. No one would come for a ride for no reason. In order to let more people experience it, the person in charge of advertising proposed a free 3-day one-way trip. Those who wanted to ride could get a ticket. Regardless of whether it was from Luoyang to Chang'an or from Chang'an to Chang'an, the one-way trip was free. Those who wanted to return would have to think of their own ways. Of course, it was impossible to only send 1 trip a day. When would they earn back the money spent on building the railway? When it started operating, 1 trip would be sent every 6 hours. When the goods were concentrated, they could send extra trains. The appearance of the train made people excited for a while. Most people wanted to experience the feeling. Some merchants considered the convenience of transporting goods in the future. Only a small group of people thought about the military aspect. Li Linfu, who hadn't turned bad yet, or rather, because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were around, didn't have a chance to turn bad. Li Linfu considered military applications. He had his hot air balloon float to Li Longji's side and shouted, "Your Majesty, can this thing really travel 50 kilometers per hour?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan obtained a theoretical speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Under normal circumstances, they could reach more than 20 kilometers per hour, which was about 100 kilometers per hour. This was also the first time Li Longji had seen a real train. He estimated the speed and nodded. Yes, it is faster than an 800 Li express train. Although there are telegrams now and the speed is faster, it is still very fast when used to transport an army. An 800 Li express train will be limited by the speed of the horse, but the train will not be. If we build the railway to Longyu Road, at this point, Li Longji stopped. He knew the cost of building a railway. Just the section from Chang unto Luoyang would cost an unbearable amount. The cost of building a railway wasn't that high, but the requirements for the steel of the railway were too high. It wouldn't be able to bear the weight of the train if it was slightly inferior. He still didn't know that not only was the railway expensive, it was also not slow to make money. Li Linfu naturally thought of this point and replied, "Your Majesty, it is worth it even if it costs more. The faster the army is dispatched, the more stable the Great Tang will be. If we can increase the speed and reach Longyu Road in an instant, others won't have time to prepare." Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't hear Li Linfu's words. Otherwise, they would definitely strangle him. If they wanted to travel from Chang unto Tibet in an instant, they would only be able to do it at that time. Li Longji glanced at Li Linfu and didn't say anything. His meaning was very clear. Without money, they couldn't afford to build it. Li Linfu didn't continue to talk about this matter. He changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, there is one thing that I don't understand. On flat ground or places where the slope is not big, the train can go. If it encounters a big slope, will it slip? At that time, it won't be able to go up or down. Even if it's a flat road, this subject is afraid that the train won't be able to carry too many things and will end up on the same spot." The moment he mentioned this, Li Longji also thought of this problem. He quickly sent someone to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If they couldn't solve this problem, wouldn't the imperial court have wasted their money? It was fine to pull an empty carriage now, but would it be difficult to pull it when it was filled with goods? Not to mention the bare wheels on the bare tracks, even a horse-drawn carriage would only be able to move if there were too many horses. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't gone far when they noticed that there were people following them. Just as they were preparing to give the other party an opportunity to make a move, they were found and asked to answer a question. "Why don't you think about such a simple matter yourself?" Zhang Xiaobao muttered as he walked to the bottom of Li Longji's hot air balloon and climbed up the soft ladder. Wang Wan wasn't in a hurry and waited for the people above to pull her up. Upon reaching the hot air balloon, Zhang Xiaobao first looked at Li Linfu, who was deep in thought, and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, as long as the locomotive can move such a heavy carriage, it won't be too heavy. We can add more weight to the locomotive to increase the friction. In fact, the locomotive is already very heavy, and it needs to be filled with water and coal." "Oh, I see." Li Longji didn't really understand, but since Zhang Xiaobao said it, it would definitely work. He asked, "Then what about the steep slope?" "Yes," Li Qing asked. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was looking at Li Linfu, Li Longji admitted to it. That's a good question." Zhang Xiaobao wasn't so polite to Li Linfu. He smiled and asked Li Linfu, "I don't know if Lord Li knows how a carriage works when going up a steep slope? What do people do when they carry heavy things up a steep slope? What is the shape of the mountain road when going up the mountain?" Li Linfu thought for a moment and replied, "It seems to be a zigzag shape, but how do trains move?" "Why can't trains move? Can't you see that there are two locomotives? Can't you just extend the track a bit and then change the track? Add something to change the track. In the future, don't ask such a childish question." Zhang Xiaobao seemed very unhappy as he gestured with his hands. Those who were paying attention to this matter understood. Although Li Linfu was depressed by Zhang Xiaobao's words, he couldn't help but admit that Zhang Xiaobao's words made sense. He nodded and suddenly thought of the cost of repairing the road. He felt that he couldn't let Zhang Xiaobao be so relaxed, so he asked, I wonder if Lord Zhang has a way to solve the problem of the cost of repairing the railway to other places? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if Li Linfu was a hypocrite or not, so he turned his head and didn't say anything. He liked to suppress Li Linfu, and being able to suppress a legendary figure made him feel very happy. Li Longji also hoped that Zhang Xiaobao would suddenly become very magical and solve the problem with a single sentence, so he asked, "Xiaobao, do you have a way? If it really doesn't work, we can just repair it bit by bit." "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. It's very simple. If it weren't for the fact that the railway from Chang unto Luoyang was built by the imperial court, this subject would have already arranged for it to be repaired. The imperial court wouldn't have to spend a single copper coin. Primarily, this subject is worried that before the fact that the railway doesn't operate properly is revealed, other people won't be willing to take this risk. This subject is waiting for this railway to operate normally for a month. At that time, as long as the railway leads to a relatively prosperous place, the imperial court won't have to spend any more money. Even the department selling the railway tracks and the railway will be able to make a small profit." Zhang Xiaobao said without stopping until he was shocked to death. Hearing these words, even Li Longji, who believed that he had gotten used to his miraculous abilities, couldn't help but be stunned. "Tell me in detail," Li Longji seriously said. "In truth, it's nothing much. It's the same as when the Great Tang Bank was first established. Now, the Great Tang Bank has been completely returned to the country, and the railway is being repaired. Any merchant who puts in money can receive a portion of the shares and receive a proportional dividend, but they aren't allowed to buy or sell. There's a set time limit. They're also given the right to transport goods for free. Based on how much money they put in, they can transport as much goods as they want every day or every cycle. But when the imperial court requires it, they have to give priority to the goods or personnel of the imperial court. At the set time, if their income hasn't increased by half, including the cost of their free transport, that is, if their profits haven't reached 50%, they'll continue to be given the right to transport goods for free and increase the proportion of profits. If their profits have reached 100% before the set time limit, their shares will be automatically terminated. Presumably, there will be quite a few merchants willing to spend money to repair the railway." Zhang Xiaobao proposed a shareholding system, a system of shares with the nature of power. At the side, Gao Lishur thought about it. "Xiaobao, what if they don't think it's worth it? Then what should they do? Gather them in your name? Don't. They can't always use my name. The things of the imperial court are the things of the imperial court. If they don't want to do it directly, they can entrust the Great Tang Bank to issue bonds or directly borrow money from the Great Tang Bank. It can be low interest or no interest. When the time comes, they will have to sign a contract with the Great Tang Bank. The borrower is only allowed to use the money on the railway. When the time comes, the money has to be deposited in the Great Tang Bank. Even though it's a state-owned enterprise, this has to be done according to the regulations. Otherwise, it will be a mess. Actually, the railway is a very profitable business. When it's not busy with transporting goods, they can even operate it with low profits or even zero profit. At that time, the imperial court will subsidize them." Zhang Xiaobao vetoed his own suggestion to step in and said something else. This time, there was another matter, and everyone was confused. Li Longji frowned. "Why do we need to have zero profits and the imperial court subsidize them? Where does the money come from?" Chapter 9-10. Zhang Xiaobao only suggested a few options, but did not directly specify which one was the most suitable. This was because he did not know how to do it better. If the imperial court finally came up with a plan, he would participate but not lead. When Wang Wan left with him, Li Longji and the others no longer continued to pay attention to the running of the train. They flew directly into the palace on the hot air balloon and gathered important ministers to discuss this matter. On the way back, Wang Wan held Zhang Xiaobao's arm and asked softly, "Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Do you know how to climb the train?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head twice and said firmly, "No, I really don't." "Why not? You learned a lot of your skills in prison. Don't tell me there aren't any legendary experts in prison?" Wang Wan asked. "There are masters, but there are no masters who can climb the train at least 200 kilometers per hour. Do you think the train of the railway gorillas in the documentary film? Do you want to learn? Then we can try using the current trains." When Zhang Xiaobao answered, the scene of a train flashed in his mind. He could not help but shiver. From Chang'an to Tibet, the train that left in the morning and arrived in the evening referred to this kind of train. There was the fastest train, and it even saved more time than taking a plane to and from Tibet. There was no master who could climb such a train. Wang Wan smiled and leaned on Zhang Xiaobao. "That's more like it. I thought that my husband was not an ordinary person, but it turns out that there are also people who can't do it. Then, tell me, will there be people who climb the train halfway through? I'm afraid that someone will accidentally get stabbed to death, and I can't specially open a class for them to teach them what to pay attention to when climbing the train. After hearing what you said, I'm really worried. The train route can't be like the river from Sanshui County, where there are bailiffs patrolling 24 hours a day. If that's really the case, it's better to use small carts to push the goods. The cost is too high. If there are strong young men who want to take a free train, they can just run a few steps, especially when the train has just left the station." Zhang Xiaobao thought of the situation when a train was moving on the tracks, especially when the truck arrived at a certain station. After filling up with water and coal, it started moving slowly and did not go too far. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. "Your words remind me of India. 100 years ago, the trains were packed with people. Even in our time, it's still packed with people. I can't help but admire it. Why don't we arrange a few people to hold down the train? Anyone who is caught climbing on the train will be severely punished. If you meet someone whose family isn't that rich to begin with, how would you judge? If he was locked up, how would his family survive? Fine and no money? Let's not talk about India. As long as the racial system doesn't disappear, it won't be a good day. They're so stupid. They only know how to buy weapons, but when they buy them back, they can't use them. After fighting 2 small-scale local wars, the weapons are used up. Then, they spend money to buy more weapons and try to have more children. They have more people than our country. Do you think we should carry out propaganda and education?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were the same. One moment they talked about this, and the next moment they talked about something else. Walking on the road, Zhang Xiaobao raised the hand that was not held by Wang Wan and casually moved it. He led Wang Wan into a small restaurant nearby. Coincidentally, there was a table by the window where someone had just finished eating. The two of them stood there and waited for the waiter to clean up. They casually ordered 2 plates of rice wine and prepared to eat. "It seems that Takeshita Junichiro is anxious." Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Wang Wan blinked twice to show that she understood. Because on the road, she also saw the people behind them. To be precise, they were thieves. It had been several days since she saw them by the lake that day. She had already investigated the origins of this group of people. She just couldn't figure out how they were going to do it. Were they stupid and didn't know her and Xiaobao's identity? Didn't they know how much the two of them valued their safety? "I think the propaganda and education you mentioned just now is fine." Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic back to the previous matter. "Since you said it's fine, why don't you take out a feasibility report? How do you plan to do it?" Wang Wan saw that her proposal was approved by Zhang Xiaobao and was very happy. She glanced at the 2 people who had just entered and no longer paid attention to them. "There's no need to write a plan. We just need to catch him and bring him back to his village. We will write a big sign and hang it around his neck and parade him through the street. We can even make a trip to the villages that are not related to him. Let him and his family lose face. He won't dare to do it again in the future." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, He raised his head and drank more than half a bowl of warm rice wine. He raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead and looked around. He grinned and said, "A small restaurant is just a small restaurant. It doesn't even have a fan. It's so hot. You can just put an ice basin by the side. Don't nitpick. If we really install a fan, we will have to renovate the restaurant and increase the price of the dishes. Take it off when it's hot." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Her voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard by the people around them. "It's not good to take it off, is it? It's not elegant." Zhang Xiaobao replied shyly. "Who's looking at you? You're so ugly." "Oh." Zhang Xiaobao replied with a numb. He really took off his shirt and casually threw it on a stool at the side of the aisle. He continued to drink with his upper body bared. The people around them looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. In the whole restaurant, he was the only one who dared to take off his shirt. Even the women who were eating couldn't help but glance at him. It couldn't be helped. He was too eye-catching. His skin was so white that it was obvious that he was from a rich family. However, the pieces of flesh on his body that were pleasing to the eye gave people another kind of feeling. It was a combination of contradictions. Shameless. Wang Wan muttered in a low voice and then asked, "You said just now that you want people to hang a big sign. It seems that you don't respect people. They also have human rights." "Human rights or human life? Human rights? Do you want to give him a vote? Does he think that he's from our Sanshui County? Let's do it this way. Anyone who dares to climb on the bus in the future will hang a big sign and parade on the street. There are people selling popsicles outside. Go and buy 2 for me." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care and insisted on his idea. When he turned his head, he just happened to see a person carrying a box wrapped in cotton cloth on his shoulder. He didn't need that person to shout to know what it was for. During the summer, there were many people who specialized in selling popsicles. The real white sugar popsicles cost 1 copper coin for 2. They were big and sweet. "Won't he come over if you shout? Why don't you let the waiter go? I don't like to move in hot weather," Wang Wan said with a pout. "Just do as I say. Otherwise, I won't be able to control you." Zhang Xiaobao stared at her. "Yes. Husband, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and left her seat. She went outside to buy popsicles. Zhang Xiaobao sat there and drank a mouthful of wine. He held his stomach and looked at the waiter. The waiter was also smart. He pointed inside. There was a side door. Zhang Xiaobao quickly rushed over. "This person told me to buy popsicles and ran away. Waiter, did you see my husband?" After a while, Wang Wan came back with a popsicle in each hand. She glanced around and didn't see Zhang Xiaobao. She muttered to the waiter, "Replying to you, I saw him. It's hot, so he went to the back to cool down. He probably drank too much water." The waiter replied very tactfully. He didn't directly say that her husband couldn't hold it in and went to the bathroom. After all, there were still people eating. Lazy people shit a lot. Wang Wan didn't care. She cursed and put down the popsicle. She took the clothes that Zhang Xiaobao took off and put them on the stool and pressed them beside her. Not long after, Zhang Xiaobao came back with a relaxed expression. He first looked at the seats where the 2 people who had followed them in were sitting. When he realized that they had already left, he sat back down and picked up a popsicle. "They left? They left. I watched the 2 of them leave. Stupid people are stupid people. We still have to find opportunities with them." Takeshita Junichiro found such a person. "It's not that I'm looking down on him, but he's really not an opponent on the same level." Wang Wan curled her lips and picked up a popsicle to eat. However, Zhang Xiaobao grabbed it. "It's cold. Don't you know what's wrong with you? You can't even touch cold water and you still want to eat popsicles. You've been nurturing yourself well since you were young. Are you planning to go all out?" "Yes, I know my mistake. This time, the sea is going to be chaotic. Won't Shinlua and Japan go crazy fighting?" Wang Wan was at the sunflower stage, and had already formed a habit. Every time this happened, Zhang Xiaobao would not let her touch cold things. At night, he would cover her waist with a blanket from time to time when she slept. Other women had never had a sore waist and stomach. Zhang Xiaobao poured half a bowl of warm rice wine for Wang Wan. Drink this today. Go back and drink wine before going to bed at night. Chaos, it's good. If not, where can I find an opportunity? It's not easy to destroy a country without direct force. The situation in the sea is already tense enough. You still want to add fuel to the fire. Are you sure they don't dare to directly snatch our ship? Wang Wan took a sip of wine and stuffed a piece of lotus seed cake into her mouth. Her voice was muffled. The information sent from the seaside had already described the situation there in detail. Xinluo wanted to go to the island next to Xinyuan Island to plant garlic and mine. Japan also wanted to go there, but Tang did not express its opinion. As a result, the two countries had many conflicts on the island and at sea. In addition, pirates appeared from time to time, causing people on both sides to suspect that it was the other side's doing. They had already sent memorials to Li Longji to blame the other side, wanting Tang to help them deal with the other side. Li Longji's attitude was more ambiguous, and the result was the current situation. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of cucumber and threw it into his mouth. The production of chili is not enough. If you sprinkle some chili powder into this cucumber, it will taste even better. Cucumbers have a lot of water, just enough to relieve the spiciness. As a result, the more you eat, the more spicy it becomes. The more spicy it is, the more you want to eat it. I really hope that they will attack our ship. That way, your 8 elite battalions will have a place to fight. If the transportation is convenient, it's best to go to Europe and see if England and France are still as awesome. Oh, I shouldn't call them that. England doesn't seem to be called England yet. France should be called France, right? Anyway, that's how it is. With 8,000 elite cavalry, we should be able to achieve good result. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand war. What do you mean by good results? As long as the logistics can keep up, I can flatten them all. Do you think guns and cannons are decorations? It's a pity that it's too far away. I can't kill everyone. If I get sick a few more times, I'll die there. Let's take it slow. As long as I'm alive, I'll go there and take a look. Even if I can't fly there, I'll take a boat there and plant a few flags there. Regardless of what happens in the future, I'll make Tang an empire where the sun never sets. Wang Wan looked indifferent, as if she did not care about those countries. Yes, you're amazing. Then why didn't we occupy them back then? It's because of the influence of the international situation. Otherwise, with our national strength back then, which country in Europe would be able to defeat us in a one-on-one battle? If we didn't throw a nuclear bomb, we would be able to defeat the United States even if it was a one-on-one battle. All right, let's not talk about the past. What's your purpose in renting the steam engine and the gunships to them? Wang Wan boasted to Zhang Xiaobao for a while. After satisfying her mental craving, she returned to the topic. Chapter 9-11. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chatted as if nothing had happened, but some people were filled with worry. Takeshita Junichiro's hired men had succeeded. They had succeeded a little too easily, making Takeshita Junichiro almost unable to believe it. When he hired them, he didn't have much hope. After all, they were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. What he didn't expect was that important things would really be thrown out from the two of them. Under such a very coincidental situation, could it be that this was the will of the heavens? For a moment, Takeshita Junichiro couldn't figure out why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had things thrown at them. He decided not to think about it and opened the letter to read it again. There weren't many words in the letter, and the things written weren't very specific. It was just a general framework, but it was this framework that made Takeshita Junichiro feel the pressure and the great Tang's attitude toward Japan. There were only 3 points written in the letter. The first point was that Silla wasn't strong at the moment and could be supported and cooperated with. Japan was too far away from the Great Tang and needed to be vigilant. Therefore, the steam engine ships and gunships had to be rented to Silla at the same price so that Silla would have an advantage when clashing with Japan at sea. The second point was that they had to send people to a newly discovered iron mine overseas as soon as possible. That iron mine could be refined into better steel that could be used to make more advanced weapons. The third point was to use the tourism industry to open up the Silla market and establish a long-term tourism bureau in Silla to help the people of Silla obtain more livelihood goods. It would be more convenient for them to use Silla's geographical location to attack Japan in the future. There were only 3 points, and even fewer words were actually written, but the meaning was very clear. There were no more specific steps involved, but even so, it made Takeshita Junichiro's heart unable to calm down. So there's a place overseas that can produce better iron mines. So they want to use tourism to help Silla develop the market. So they've always disliked Japan and treated Japan as an enemy. Takeshita Junichiro summarized the series of events. A gust of wind blew, causing the closed window to creak. Takeshita Junichiro, who was worried about being discovered, was shocked. Seeing that the window was still closed, he heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, he tore off the paper in his hand bit by bit and slowly put it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. When the last piece of paper was eaten, Takeshita Junichiro stuck out his tongue that was dyed black and licked around his lip. No, we can't let them succeed. The steam engine and the gunships are Japan's, and so are the mines overseas. We have to think of a way to make the Great Tang change its mind. Sigh. After muttering to himself for a while, Takeshita Junichiro sighed and felt a little regretful. Back then, Zhang Xiaobao had happily agreed to rent the steam engine ship and the gunship to Japan while he and the others were drinking. He had considered too much and was afraid that he would be deceived. In the end, he had delayed until now. Could it be because of this that Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to support another country? Takeshita Junichiro took a deep breath, stood up, and opened the window again. The wind blowing in his face made him feel much more energetic. He looked up at the sun hanging in the sky, turned around and walked out of the room, heading for the place where the telegram was sent. With a ticking sound, a letter from home was sent out by Takeshita Junichiro. The letter was not written smoothly, and there were some parts where the words did not convey the meaning. The person who sent the telegram did not ask any questions and typed it out word for word. When the last word stopped, Takeshita Junichiro, who was beside him, felt his heart settle down. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. The new invention of the telegram was indeed very convenient. Not only did it make it convenient for the Great Tang's various officials to send messages in a timely manner, it also made it convenient for him. Although he understood that the telegram sent by someone like him would definitely be received by the other side, so what? Could it be that they could decipher his secret message? That would require a whole set of books. How could the Great Tang know which book he used to translate the message when he contacted them? Decipher it? It would tire them to death, Takeshita Junichiro thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Decipher it? Perhaps the Great Tang doesn't need to add another layer of code when transmitting information, right? If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to obtain more information on the Great Tang if I get a telegram machine? Takeshita Junichiro's eyes lit up as though he had found a new path. However, he soon became depressed. Where could he get a telegram machine? Any place with a telegram machine would definitely be heavily guarded. I can't get one. No matter how much money I spend, I can't get one. The Great Tang will not relax its control in this area. Telegram, to think that there is such a thing that can transmit information so quickly. The heavens are really blind. Then, can I get someone to steal a copy of the production method of the telegram machine? Takeshita Junichiro muttered to himself as he left the telegram machine. Suddenly, he thought of the organization that he had hired. Since they could steal information from Zhang Xiaobao, it shouldn't be difficult for them to steal a copy of the production method, right? With this idea in mind, Takeshita Junichiro quickened his pace. When he reached a fork in the road, he turned towards the south. After passing by 2 more forks, he changed his direction again. After changing his direction a few more times, he finally arrived in front of a shop. The shop's signboard indicated that this was a shop that sold the 4 treasures of the study. Takeshita Junichiro looked around. Seeing that no one was following him, he walked in casually. He didn't go to the seller to talk to him first. Instead, he started looking around. On the left side of the door there was a row of shelves. There was an ink slab placed at intervals on the shelves. He walked step by step, looking at the ink slab one by one. When he saw the 12th ink slab, Takeshita Junichiro stopped and twisted the ink slab in front of him to change its direction. He then turned around and asked, "How much is this ink slab used to carve the mountain fox?" 60 copper coins. The person standing behind the counter glanced at the ink slab and said a number. Based on the carving skills and the quality of the ink slab, 60 copper coins wasn't expensive. In fact, it was shockingly cheap. If one really wanted to buy it, they would feel that they had gotten a bargain. However, Takeshita Junichiro didn't look happy at all. This was because the number wasn't right. The other party should have replied, "This isn't a mountain fox ink slab. It's a mountain fox ink slab. It's smarter than a mountain fox." Then, Takeshita Junichiro would have continued, "Can a mountain fox enter Chang'an?" The other party would have replied, "Omnipotent." Following that, Takeshita Junichiro took the ink slab and entered with the shop assistant to discuss some matters. But why was the price given now? Takeshita Junichiro was puzzled. Could it be that he had entered the wrong place? He opened his mouth and after a while he asked, "This place, isn't this, sir? It's obvious that you come here often. Our shop has just changed hands and we want to do other business. That's why the price is so low. If you feel that it's still expensive, we can give you a lower price. Wait until we sell the rest of the goods and do other business," the shop assistant said with a smile. Boom! This sentence sounded like thunder in Takeshita Junichiro's ears. Unwilling to give up, he asked again, Then where's the original owner?" "I'm not sure. Could it be that you want to find the original owner? Then you can only ask the current owner." The shop assistant shook his head and revealed a regretful expression. Takeshita Junichiro also shook his head. No. I'm just asking casually." After saying that, Takeshita Junichiro was no longer in the mood to stay in the shop. He turned around and left dejectedly. After his figure disappeared, the shop assistant behind the counter, Wei, smiled and muttered to himself, "The original owner is naturally dead. He clearly knew that you were Japanese. He clearly knew that you were going to steal the young master of the Zhang family. Yet, he still dared to accept the job. A traitor is more hateful than an enemy." During the dog days, even if the sky was covered by dark clouds, people would still sweat non-stop. Compared to the adults, the children did not sweat as much. Little Bei and the others did not sweat as much. They walked on the streets of Wanyan County and looked around. It was as though they were curious about every person or thing they saw. "It's so hot. What did Big Brother and Big Sister say?" Little Bei, who was standing under the shade of a tree by the roadside, kept wiping his sweat. He wiped his sweat as well. As he spoke, he looked at Little Yuan. Little Yuan was like a secretary. He had to remember everything that others said. He also had to memorize everything that Little Bei wanted to know. After all, he had a photographic memory. He was born to be a secretary. Little Yuan, who had already adapted to the role of a secretary, replied without thinking, "They said that we shivered even if it wasn't cold. We sweated even if it wasn't hot during the dog days." "That's right. I must have felt cold when I was in Luzhou. It must have been cold during the dog days. Otherwise, why would I be so afraid of the cold? Little Bei said. There's no dog days in Luzhou. Even if there was, Big Brother and Big Sister wouldn't let us feel cold. That's heartless, Little Yuan retorted. I'm just saying. Otherwise, it's too hot to just think about it. Look, my clothes are already soaked. Little Bei looked around and saw a small river not far ahead. An old man was sitting under a willow tree by the river, fishing. He walked over. Xiao Yuan shook his head a couple of times and also followed behind. The others naturally did not go too far. Soon after, Little Bei came to the old man's side. He looked at the old man and then at the fishing rod that was hanging in the water. He squatted there and rested his face on his hand. He did not say anything and just watched silently. Zhang Chang, Zhang Fang, and the others were also squatting under the tree. Their eyes were looking here and there, each of them thinking about their own matters. Xiao Yuan took out a small book from his bosom and began to research. Xiao Hai found a wooden stick and began to write formulas on the ground. Xiao Zhu took down the drawing board on her back and found a good position to begin sketching. Just like that, the 9 little fellows each had their own tasks and stayed in silence. It was very harmonious. They were now on vacation. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had taught them too many things recently, and it was not easy for them to understand. It just so happened that the weather was hot, so he let them come out to play. It was not far from the capital. Naturally, he did not give them any homework. They were still young and they still had to play. As for what they wanted to do, he did not care. After watching for a while, Xiao Bei took out a bottle of warm water from his bag and slowly took a sip. He waited for the old man to reel in another fish. When he changed the bait, he smiled and moved closer to the old man, asking, "Grandpa, are you going to sell the fish you catch?" The old man had noticed Little Bei and the others when they came. Looking at their clothes, he knew that they were not children from an ordinary family. Therefore, he did not say anything. At this time, when he heard the cute child next to him ask, he first turned his head to look elsewhere. Seeing that there was no one else nearby, he kindly smiled and said, "I'm not selling. If I can catch one, I'll catch one. If I can't, it's fine. If I can catch a lot, I'll go back and fry it. If I can't, I'll make soup." "Oh, how many people are there in Grandpa's family?" As Little Bei spoke, she took out a small notebook and a pencil from her bag. She crookedly wrote a few words that no one else could understand. Only she could understand them. "Including me, there are 9 people in total. There is my wife, 2 sons, 2 daughters-in-law, 2 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter. My granddaughter is 2 years older than you. She's 10 years older." The old man did not care why the little girl next to him was asking. He casually told her about his family. 10 years old doesn't mean that he's older than me by 2 years. I'm only 6 years old, so he's older than me by 3 years. I'm older, hee. Xiao Bei wrote a few more words in his notebook before asking, "Then does the old grandpa have enough money at home? Can he eat meat for every meal? How much oil do you use every time you cook?" This time, the old man was shocked. He was shocked by the little girl's question. He was also shocked by the little girl's adult-like appearance. He asked in return, "Why are you asking this?" "I'm doing research. It's the holidays, so I came out to stay for a month. When I go back, if someone asks, I want to talk about what I did. How good is the life of the commoners? How good is it? How many families can't eat meat?" Little Bei tried her best to imitate the way adults spoke. She spoke too fast and could not keep up with her train of thought. Naturally, she was a little lacking in vocabulary. The old man stared blankly for a moment. He could hear something different from the words of the little girl beside him. That was the word common people. Normally, when people spoke, they wouldn't say common people when talking about themselves, unless this little girl often heard such words and learned them. In other words, she was born in an official's family. The old man could not help but turn his head to look in another direction. He did not believe that the child of an official's family would come out to play without an adult. It was not like they were commoners like him. A child could run around in the village. With this look, he really saw something different. On the road behind them, at a place that was neither far nor near, there was a peddler carrying a pole and selling goods. Around the peddler stood a few people who seemed to want to buy something. There were adults and children. The children were all in their teens. If there were only adults, it would not be a big deal. However, those children were not seen in the village before. It should have looked natural, but instead it looked unnatural. The old man turned his head and looked at the little girl next to him. He asked, "Then the people behind you are protecting you?" "No, the adults are not protecting us, and the little ones are not guards who have been trained for us since we were young." Little Bay first let out a cry of surprise. Then, she repeatedly waved her hands and explained very clearly. "Yes, I don't think so either." The old man nodded in agreement. Little Bay revealed a happy expression. Little Yuan, who was beside her, stopped flipping through the book and looked up at Little Bay. He sighed helplessly. This stupid future wife of his always thought that she was very smart. How worrying! The old man guessed the little girl's identity. The old man could roughly guess the identity of the little girl beside her, but he didn't expose her. He began to answer the previous question. "There's only one person in my family. The 3 kids are all studying in school. My eldest grandson is okay, but my second grandson is stupid. He can't learn and always ranks at the back of the line during the exam. The best one is the youngest girl. She has been the first 4 times in a row. Just the prizes she has won are not few. Look at this fishing rod of mine, it was exchanged with her points. If you want to eat meat for every meal, you have to see what kind of meat you eat. If you can't afford to eat beef or mutton, you can change it to pork or chicken. You will get sick of it if you eat it all the time. It's fine to have meat once a day. Save more money for my grandson's wife when he grows up. We don't lack oil either. Meat oil and vegetable oil are placed there. You can eat whatever you want. Clothes. Slow down, slow down. I can't remember. Little Yuan, come here." Little Bay's hand speed obviously could not keep up with the old man's speaking speed. She was so anxious that she broke out in a sweat. In the end, she simply gave up and waved at Little Yuan. Little Yuan also had her own matters to attend to. She pretended not to hear and continued reading. "Big brother Yuan, I can't remember." Little Bay had no choice but to act coquettishly. She realized that recently, her authority seemed to have been challenged. The words she said were not very useful anymore. Perhaps it was because the older Little Yuan was no longer afraid of tripping wires. This was a problem. As expected, Little Yuan liked this. She closed the book, squatted beside Little Bay, and pretended to listen. Little Bay smiled contentedly. The old man also smiled benevolently. He could see that this boy and girl were not from the same family. They did not look alike, and the little girl did not address him as an elder brother. He did not need to think too much to know that this pair was arranged by the 2 families. He gave his blessing to the 2 children in his heart. Growing up together was much better than getting married without knowing what the other party looked like when they grew up. Following that, the old man continued, "The clothes at home are bought and made by ourselves. Although the clothes in the ready-made clothes shop are not expensive, it is still not as fitting as the clothes made at home. The family rears 12 pigs and more than 60 chickens. The eldest son works in the capital as a servant in the Ministry of Works and earns quite a lot. The second son is close to home and is a small official in the county. Nowadays, the treatment of officials is better, especially when they are close to the capital. During the holidays, they can get a lot of things and the salary given is also more." "Is it more than Sanshui County?" Little Bay interrupted and asked. "Hee little girl, Sanshui County is not comparable to other places. That place gives more things, and the salary is also not small. I heard that once you leave that position, you will be given a lot of money. The old man looked in the direction of Sanshui County, and his words were full of envy. Yes, yes. Once you leave Sanshui County, you will receive a large sum of money, enough to spend for a lifetime. If you do better as an official, you may not be able to spend it for several lifetimes. Being an official in Sanshui County is not easy. Your attitude has to be dignified, and your ability. That is called being upright, Little Yuan corrected at the side. All right, Little Yuan, please correct your attitude first. Old Grandpa, I also said that your ability is also very great. Old Grandpa, please continue. Little Bei blushed and glared at Little Yuan again. The old man finally laughed. Ha ha ha, all right, I will continue. The children at home have things to do, and the life at home is good. Although it is not as good as the rich, there is no need to worry about food, clothing, and accommodation. Even if there is a disaster, there is no need to worry. That is good. Little Yuan, write it down. The people are living very well. Old Grandpa, what about the land? Little Bei finally returned to normal and asked again. Land? Naturally, there is no space for farming. It is sold. It is sold to Boss Fong in the county. He bought a lot of land in the village and connected them together. During the farming season, he can help out and earn a lot of money, the old man said casually. Little Bei nodded. That is great. He can earn more money. When your grandson grows up, he will also earn a lot of money. Then, he can build a house and get married. There is no need for them to earn. When they are of age, the family will prepare it for them. The old man also thought of the future, and the smile on his face became wider. Why do the family have to prepare it for them? Isn't it better to let them earn it themselves? Isn't that right, Little Yuan? When we grow up, I will also earn more money, and you will also earn more money. With the two of us together, we will be like brother and sister, covering Chang'an for 10 consecutive days. Little Bei was very puzzled. He blinked and looked at Little Yuan. Didn't you say that you won't marry me? Little Yuan asked. Oh right. Then there is nothing for you to do. Little Bei then remembered that he had to use this to threaten Little Yuan. The old man listened to the two children's words and laughed. As he laughed, he suddenly realized something and stood up in shock. He sized up Little Bei and the others and no longer looked as calm as before. He asked with a trembling voice, You are the children of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County? Then the adults and children on the road are the vigorous seedling protection team? You are Zhang Xiaobei and you are Wang Xiayuan? Old Grandpa, do you know how to calculate? Little Bei was even more shocked than the old man. He opened his big cute eyes and looked at the old man, hoping to confirm his guess. Little Yuan covered his face with both hands, looking like he did not dare to look at anyone. Don't you know what you just said? I really can't marry you. You are too stupid. Don't you dare. When I go back, I will tell my brother and sister that you bullied me. Little Bei was unwilling. Listening to the words of the two, the old man took a few deep breaths, gritted his teeth and sat down again. He had already confirmed the identity of the children next to him. No wonder they spoke differently from children of the same age. They were the children of the Zhang family and Wang family. How could ordinary people compare with them? Little Hai stopped working on his formula at this time. He stood up and rubbed his feet on the ground to erase the traces of calculation just now. He asked the old man, Old Grandpa, are you going to talk about the local officials? The old man was stunned at first, then understood. He waved his hand and said, No, although the local officials are not as good as those in Sanshui County, they are not bad. They are close to the capital. The officials dare not do anything wrong, let alone bully us. Oh, they bully the people. The old man did not feel that Little Hai's question was abrupt. The identity of the 9 children of the Zhang family and Wang family had long been spread among the people. Although they were young, their authority was not bad at all. It was said that in the whole Tang Empire, Except for the current emperor, there was no official that they could not impeach. Regardless of right or wrong, even if they were innocent, they had to make some mistake. Fortunately, the 9 children did not make any mistakes when they impeached people. Although they were 9 children, for the officials of the Tang Empire, they were like the king of hell. Wherever they went, it was not an exaggeration to say that they turned the world upside down. You really didn't? Xiao Bei asked again. No, even if there are some small mistakes, it doesn't matter. If this is really done, who knows what will happen next? The old man was scared now. He was really afraid that these children would make trouble for Wanyan County again. We are not impeaching. We are just here to play. We are really not impeaching. Old Grandpa, don't worry. Little Bei also knew the power of the 9 of them. Just like what his brother said, no matter where the 9 of them went, they would immediately be regarded as a bomb with great power. The old man let out a long breath and continued to talk to Little Bei about life, but he was no longer as casual as before. That night, Little Bei and the others sent a telegram to the capital. It was a very long telegram, and it was not as concise as other people's telegrams. The person who sent them the telegram even copied their spoken language. The 9 children thought that this was a very ordinary telegram, but they had no idea that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been worrying for half a night. Little Bei and the others sent a telegram. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao after dinner. I know. This is troublesome. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. That's right. The annexation of land is getting more and more intense. This was originally a situation, but now it is different from history. Everything is covered up by the increasing prosperity of the common people. When the common people can obtain survival resources from other sources, the importance of land has weakened. This is not a good sign. Wang Wan was worried. She did not want the land of the Great Tang to become like this, but she was powerless to stop it. Not even Zhang Xiaobao's status and administration could suppress it. Zhang Xiaobao's brow furrowed, then relaxed, furrowed again, and relaxed again. In the end, he calmed down. In truth, this is an inevitable trend. Under the rules of profit, concentrating resources will always be more in line with the progress of the times than spreading them out. What I'm worried about now is that once the annexation of land is completed and the land is concentrated in the hands of a few people, will the ratio of grain crops to cash crops become unreasonable? If oil becomes expensive, everyone will plant soybeans and rapeseed, then who will plant rice and wheat? Once the same things are planted, the merchants will make more money, and the common people will find that the things they need are more expensive. Then, the currency of the Great Tang will depreciate. Grain will become expensive, and so will feed. As the cost increases, the price of meat will also increase. Troublesome, truly troublesome. Zhang Xiaobao did not look at the issue of land annexation alone. In fact, what he was afraid of was not the concentration of land and a portion of people controlling the price of grain in the Great Tang. What he was afraid of was the conflict during the planting process. If the things planted did not change, only the price would be controlled. It was very simple. He would increase the agricultural tax and use this money to subsidize the common people. He would increase the tax at the planting stage and the first stage of the selling stage, and subsidize the sales stage. This way, the price would be stable. He was worried that everyone would find something profitable at the same time and plant it together. This would lead to a problem of polarization. Some would lose money while others would lose money. Wang Wan stood up, found a tea set, and began to brew kung fu tea. As she brewed, she asked, "Then, do you have any ideas?" "It's not that I have any ideas, but whether this idea can be carried out well. I'm afraid that there will be policies from above and countermeasures from below." Zhang Xiaobao had many ideas. He knew that not only him, but also him and Wang Wan back then. Any person with some basic skills would be able to think of a solution, but who would carry it out was the most important. Wang Wan's hands were still as gentle as ever. She looked up at Zhang Xiaobao and said with a smile, Xiaobao, don't forget that this is the era of the empire. Let's not talk about the disadvantages of the era of the empire first. Let's talk about the benefit. If the emperor wants his subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Whoever doesn't carry it out will die. Yes, the era of the empire. This is the first time I've found that the era of the empire is good. Then, it's easy to do. One is to increase the speed of information transmission. This can be done through newspapers. Now that there are telegrams, news can be transmitted to various places at any time. The other is scientific planning. Let the local government of each place be in charge. They have to immediately transmit the local land planting situation to the capital. Then, a department in the capital will arrange what to plant in each place. That's enough. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes stared at Wang Wan's movements. That beautiful posture made Zhang Xiaobao feel that drinking tea was no longer important. Perhaps it was better to run to the bed and do something first. After busying for a while, Wang Wan finally steeped the tea leaves. The tea leaves were also washed. Then, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Coordination is fine. Unified arrangements are also fine. But, is the evaluation of the officials linked to the economy or the degree to which they carry out orders? If it's linked to the degree to which they carry out orders, then many places can clearly increase their income by planting other crops, but they have to follow the rules of the capital and only plant food crops. Then, the income will decrease. If it's linked to the economy, what do you think the officials will do? And there are so many problems. The relationship between politics and economy has to be considered. Human nature, I've never believed in communism. What was it called at that time? Oh, right, it was called distribution according to needs. I don't understand how it can be distributed according to needs. Living materials can be distributed according to need. Can men and women be distributed according to needs? Can love also be distributed according to needs? Can anyone casually like a member of the opposite sex? There's no need to choose. When a male sees a female, there's no difference in the spiritual realm. Then, in the entire world, only one person's thoughts are enough. The others don't need to have personalities and thoughts. If there are interests, there will be disputes. So, I can't solve this problem. If I have to say a solution, it's that long separation leads to union. Who said this sentence? It's really too classic. Zhang Xiaobao conducted a psychological analysis of himself, but in the end, he couldn't do anything. Wang Wan poured the tea, smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "You're talking about a novel author, the one who wrote The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Do you feel very moved that an author has such a deep philosophical realm?" Yes, it's true. There's also a sentence called, "Knowing the affairs of the world is knowledge. Practicing human nature is writing." This is also not bad. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. That's practicing human nature is writing. I still think practicing human nature is better. Ping Sui can match. You mean, you won't continue to care about it? You want to go with the flow? Wang Wan pushed the tea bowl in front of Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Who said that? At least I can influence it. In fact, everything has to be done according to the law of development. Even if what we estimate happens, how can we know that it will be wrong in the long run? Maybe the development will be even more powerful." Zhang Xiaobao held the tea bowl with both hands, but he didn't drink. His eyes were looking in a direction, and he said in a daze. Wang Wan blew, took a small sip, and asked, "Then what do you have in mind?" "It's very simple. Improve productivity, which is production technology. If 1 mu of land can produce 1 million caddies of grain a year, then it's not a problem to plant anything else. If 1 mu of land can produce 10 million caddies of cotton, do you think there will be a problem of not being able to sell it? The rest of the land will naturally become a garden. Right now we can't reach the level I said, but I can expand. The place we are in is called the Eurasian continent. Do you know how big it is? Let's occupy it all, and when the time comes we can plant as much as we can. I don't believe there will be a lack of food crops. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, and in the end, he thought of occupying the other places. Wang Wan felt that the temperature of the tea bowl was about right, so she drank it in one gulp and said, I understand. What you need to do now is to keep expanding. After all, the population of the Tang Empire is not as big as ours. If we really expand, there will be a situation where there is land but not enough people. What about in the future? In the future? Do I have to care for 10,000 years? As long as I'm alive, I will care about this. In the future, if people can live on the sun, then I won't have to worry about it. While there are no more problems on the other places on Earth, we will occupy them. This will save us the trouble of using them as raw material bases. We can directly own them without political or military means. Then we will wait for the whole world to be unified, then split into smaller countries. We will continue to fight and unite again. If you throw an atomic bomb at me, I will throw a hydrogen bomb at you. In the end, the world will be gone and new life will begin. Zhang Xiaobao also drank the tea in one gulp, and pushed the tea bowl back to Wang Wan. Wang Wan poured another 2 bowls. Xiaobao, are you telling me a science fiction story? I am asking, what should we do now? Should we stop the annexation of the land, or find another way out? Oh, okay, I will say. What we need to do now is to transfer the possible losses to other countries, starting with Japan. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. Starting with Japan, it really started with Japan. After Takeshita Junichiro sent out the telegram, it did not take long for him to get a good night's sleep. At noon the next day, he received a telegram from the coastal area, from the Four Seas Academy's Department of Japanese International Students. Now, Japan no longer dared to not make decisions, and the power continued to be in the hands of a certain person. Takeshita Junichiro had more power in his hands, but he definitely could not easily decide the strategy of the entire Japan. This was because the people in Japan had already discovered that no one could win when facing Zhang Xiaobao. The content of the telegram was very simple. After it was translated with a code, it supported Takeshita Junichiro's judgment and planned to find a way to rent steam engine ships and gunboats, forming a military advantage over the people of Silla at sea. At the same time, they could also avoid the pirates that appeared out of nowhere. Takeshita Junichiro was very happy when he saw it, but he was also a little depressed because his second proposal was not approved. His second proposal was to create a few tourist attractions in Japan, and then send ships to pick up people from Great Tang who were willing to go there. The first few trips would be free, and the travel fees would be waived. After arriving in Japan, all other expenses would also be waived. When they left, they would even receive a precious gift. After a few batches of people went there, they believed that with their publicity, more people would be willing to travel to Japan in the future. At that time, they would start to charge a small fee and gradually increase it. Not only would it strengthen the relationship with Great Tang, but it would also increase the income of Japan. In the end, this proposal was rejected. The reason for the rejection was that Great Tang already had many good tourist attractions. The people of Great Tang had not even finished touring the Great Tang's territory, so how could they go to Japan? What if there was danger? This bunch of short-sighted people, what do they know? Can't they go to Japan if they don't finish touring the Great Tang's territory? The people from Jiangnan Province and Shanandong Province would take much less time to reach Japan than the people from Ryangja Province? Let's see what you all say when a large number of tourist groups start to appear in Silla. Takeshita Junichiro hurried to his place with the letter in his hand. After closing the door and windows, he cursed angrily. Before Takeshita Junichiro could think of a way to convince the people from the Four Seas Academy to support his plan, knocking sounds came from the door. 3 long knocks, 2 short knocks, and 1 long knock. It was very rhythmic. Takeshita Junichiro was happy at first. Then, he straightened his clothes and changed his expression. He came to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." A familiar voice came from outside. Takeshita Junichiro felt relieved. He opened the door and saw Yamamoto and Yamamoto standing outside. He poked his head out and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he let the two in. Takeshita Junichiro had to be careful. Even if the secret signal was correct, he had to maintain sufficient vigilance. Otherwise, if he said something wrong, it would be easy for the whole of Japan to suffer. Yamamoto could understand. After sitting down, he lowered his voice and said to Takeshita Junichiro, "Takeshita-kun, Yamamoto and I both know of your plan. Very good, it's the people from the Four Seas Academy who are scared. They don't dare to agree to two plans at the same time, afraid that they will fail at the same time. Yamamoto and I support you." Takeshita Junichiro quickly stood up and bowed. He said excitedly, "Then is there a way to realize the second plan? The people in the Tang Empire are very rich now, and the foundation of the Tang Empire is very advanced. What if there are technicians among the tourists who feel that our place is better and decide to stay?" Yamamoto and Yamamoto had come today for another matter. Their support for Takeshita Junichiro was just lip service. However, after hearing Takeshita Junichiro's words, they realized that it was really a good idea. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. Yamamoto said, "Takeshita-kun, it's as you said. Yamamoto and I will think of a way to convince our people in the Four Seas Academy. There's actually a very important matter today." Takeshita Junichiro did not interrupt. He made a gesture of listening. Chapter 9:12. There were still 10 days before the autumn imperial examination, and the number of people in the capital increased. Most of the people who did not pass the spring imperial examination did not return. They continued to stay in the capital, looking for connections and interacting with their peers. The imperial examination was not only about one's writing during the examination, but also one's reputation and the recommendations of others. Almost all the students who were going to take the examination, regardless of their own standards, had to find a place to show off their talents. They went to the restaurant to drink wine, went to the brothels to write poems for girls, and tried their best to promote themselves. There was a trick to this, and that was to gather people together. They did not care about the quality of others' writing, nor did they care about whether the opinions of others were reasonable or not. As long as there was a chance, they would praise others. Today you flatter others, and tomorrow, others might follow suit and flatter you as well, as if they were on good terms with you. Thus, there were many poems in the capital that were unanimously praised by others. However, there were very few girls who sang them. Some girls were better than the students and did not bother to sing them. This atmosphere had been around for a long time. In the past, the people did not have much knowledge, so when they heard others praise them, they would follow. However, it was a little different now. Those who had children at home were in schools. Most people did not know what the schools in distant places were like. Perhaps they taught the laws of the great Tang and poetry. However, the schools around the capital rarely taught children to write poems. The schools in this area learned from the schools of Sanshui County and Bushin County. When the children entered the school, they first learned nursery rhymes. They did not need to recognize words as long as they could memorize them. Usually, the rules of the school were written into the nursery rhymes, so that the children would have some discipline. Then, they learned pinyin, which was different from the pinyin that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan learned back then. This was because the pronunciation of the words now was different from the pronunciation of the words back then. The children could not be as proficient in many languages as the two of them, so the best way was to learn Arya's pronunciation. How to pronounce Arya in Arya, the child would spell the sound accordingly. There were still 26 letters, and there was no sound that could not be spelled when combined. In this way, the teachers who used to say Arya would not object. After all, it was the Mandarin of the Tang Empire. At the same time, the learning speed was also faster. They did not need to use the pronunciation of other words when reading a word. The children spent most of their time in the early stages of school learning how to read. The efficiency was dozens of times higher than before. After learning a large number of words, the next thing they learned was to read essays. This essay was not written by a master. It was written by the children of Sanshui County's Zhangwang and Zhuangzi School. It was very simple. After 2 years, he began to read normal books, such as the Book of Songs, selected literary works, and so on. He didn't have to understand the meaning, as long as he could memorize it smoothly. Then, there would be a teacher who would translate it and explain it from simple to deep. In this way, after 5 or 6 years of school, the children's appreciation level would also improve. As for grades, it was not so important. The teacher would look at each child's different personality and which aspect of their learning was best to focus on nurturing. This was the real quality education that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed. As for foreign languages, there was no need for the children to learn them. That was a branch that they wanted to continue learning after they graduated from primary school. There was no need to ask all the children to be proficient in a foreign language. According to Li Longji's words after being fooled by Zhang Xiaobao, it was, "In the future, wherever the sun rises, the people there must know how to speak the language of Tang. Why should the children of Tang waste time?" People who learned foreign languages were also specialized in studying the history of other countries in the future. With so many children with a high level of appreciation, those students who wrote crooked poems were out of luck. It was common to hear the poems of students coming out from restaurants, teahouses, and small shops. It was also common to encounter children who pointed out how messy the poems were in front of their faces in such places. When Wang Wan, who was waiting for the fall quarter examination, found out about this situation, she smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think we should take out modern poems and let the children who have just finished primary school learn them? Modern poems? What's wrong with that?" Zhang Xiaobao was also working hard. Seeing that the exam was coming, he had to revise. Although the position of the top scorer had been confirmed, he couldn't do badly. Since it involved a lot of literature, he naturally had to have a good result. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. When his father was the top scorer in the exam, he found someone and used a lot of conditions in exchange. However, his father's paper was not bad at all. Even if it was just based on knowledge, no one would refute it. Zhang Xiaobao was now looking at the papers of the top scorers in the entrance exam. He found a pattern in them and waited for the top scorers to become the top scorers. Wang Wan was also learning. She also wanted to see how she was. She wouldn't easily give the top scorers to Zhang Xiaobao. Although it was almost confirmed that Zhang Xiaobao was the top scorer in literature and she was the top scorer in martial arts, she still wanted to create some trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and make Zhang Xiaobao feel pressured. Therefore, she was also reading. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's blank expression, she said, "You don't even know modern poems. You want to be the top scorer in the exam? Wait for me to get the top scorers in both literature and martial arts. Can't you be the top scorer in the exam if you don't know modern poems? Is there such a thing in Tang now? Is there modern poems? What is modern poetry? Tell me." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes didn't leave the papers and directly replied to Wang Wan. "Modern poems are poems written strictly according to the rules of poetry. It requires that there can't be any mistakes in the couplet and tautology. If tautology and tautology are tautology and tautology, you can't write tautology and tautology. For example, the first line of the 7 lines must be tautology and tautology, tautology and tautology. And that's not all. If there's no special situation, you have to follow. Zhang Xiaobao, are you listening to me?" When Wang Wan was explaining to Zhang Xiaobao's head was looking at the papers bit by bit. His concentrated look made Wang Wan suspicious. Zhang Xiaobao was still nodding. Zhang Xiaobao. "Ah? You say, I'm listening." Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's voice become louder. He blankly raised his head and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan gritted her teeth. Zhang Xiaobao, I remember telling you before, right? Today you say you don't know. Are you playing dumb with me? Put away your narrow-mindedness. So what if I'm wasting time? Don't tell me you think you can learn a lot in this short period of time? Wang Wan finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao was looking at the papers with all his might. Then, he would not be able to look at the papers. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao playing such a trick, Wang Wan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Xiaobao, who had been seen through, put down the papers embarrassedly. He smiled at Wang Wan and said, Modern-style poetry is just like that. It's used to raise the status of students. According to what you said, many of Li Bai's poems are not qualified. There are also Bai Ji's and Du Fu's. How many of these poets of the Tang dynasty wrote poems that are all in modern style? Look at Li Bai's and able to lower his brows and bow to the powerful. What kind of poem do you think that is? Was it a 7-word one or a 5-word one? I feel that many of Li Bai's poems are actually not poems or words. Oh, if there is a conclusion, I think they are words because someone composed music for them, right? But what we have now is still better than what we had back then. Back then, people would think that they could compose poems just by coming up with a few lines of words. Especially so for many writers, they had the nerve to show off their nonsensical work. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned Li Bai, so she could not use modern-style poetry to criticize Zhang Xiaobao. She had to extend the topic. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, Yes, that's right. Especially many officials, they did not do their jobs well and wrote rubbish to publish and don't talk about the officials. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was going to point at the officials again. She quickly stopped him and said, You just said Li Bai. What do you think Li Bai is doing now? I haven't seen him for a while. And Wang Wei, I miss him. Li Bai? Isn't he in charge of the Ministry of Revenue? Just let him be. It's a much better position than the one he held in history, and he has real power. He should be grateful to me. Zhang Xiaobao still had some recollection of it. After saying this, he picked up the paper and continued reading. I don't know if he can write so many poems. It's hard to choose. Wang Wan shook her head. She did not understand this problem and also started to read. Li Bai was not in the capital at this time. He did not plan to take the imperial examination. If he really wanted to take the imperial examination, he would not be able to pass at all. Now, he was sitting on the train. Accompanied by the rumbling sound and the shaking of the carriage, he was heading to another place. Sitting opposite him was the other person that Wang Wan mentioned, Wang Wei. The two of them received a task to patrol the river situation in several places. Recently, some places in Tang had been raining heavily, and there was no sign of it stopping. In order to urge the local authorities to do their best, and at the same time to express the importance that the emperor attached to the water conservancy project, the capital sent several teams to take a look at places not far away. The rivers in the capital were more concentrated. The two of them were now going to Hongnong, a tributary of the Honglu River. Recently, there was a rumor in the capital that the officials there had embezzled the money for the water conservancy project. It was easy to get into trouble. Li Longji did not have the time to care about it, and he was afraid that other people would not be able to suppress the situation. Therefore, he sent Li Bai and Wang Wei. Li Bai was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, and he was in charge of the land and taxes. Wang Wei was in charge of the Water Conservancy Project, and they were in charge of the Water Conservancy Project. However, they did not bring anyone with them. When they arrived at the place, they had to borrow people from the local government. This made the two of them slightly worried that the task would not be easy to complete. Is there anyone who wants wine? It's 5 copper coins per serving, and there are also 4 side dishes. While Li Bai and Wang Wei were sitting opposite each other and thinking about this, the person who was pushing the cart on the train came over. This train did not have a dining car, and it was too wasteful. More importantly, the train had a lot of wooden structures, so they were worried that they would catch fire. Therefore, they could only get people to push the cart to sell them. The price was not expensive, and it was the same as the ordinary snack bars in the capital and Luoyang. It was Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. As he had taken the train at that time, the items sold on the train were very expensive. In the end, not many people bought them. Many people who were prepared to take the train bought them before boarding. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao decided to take a measure to make things convenient for the passengers. The price of the items sold on the train was not high, and it was fair. Although it was called fair, it was actually equal to the price of the capital and Luoyang. It was not really fair, but it was not bad. However, Wang Wan did not think so. She felt that before Zhang Xiaobao went abroad to develop his career, he must have been on the train and did not have enough money to buy boxed meals. He had the experience of going hungry and could only drink free hot water to fill his stomach. Zhang Xiaobao denied this. The truth behind the train selling goods at a flat price was buried, but the goods were not bad. Wang Wei smacked his lips and took out 5 coins from a hidden pocket in his sleeve. He stacked the coins together and did not place them one by one in front of him. He said to the seller, "Give me a serving. Do you have chess pieces? I'll buy one too." "All right, here's the wine you wanted." The seller put a wooden wine jar between the two of them and filled it up with another pot. He then took out 2 small wooden wine cups and 4 small dishes. He said, "The wine jar and wine cups are borrowed. You are not allowed to take them away. We also have chess. What kind of chess do you want?" It was the first time for Wang Wei to take a train, so he was very surprised. He looked at the seller and the wine and dishes in front of him and asked, "What if I secretly take them away? For example, what will you do with these small dishes?" The seller was stunned. He lowered his head and did not know what to say. He hesitated and did not say anything. "Just say it. We are officials of the imperial court." Li Bai also wanted to know the consequences of such a thing. Could someone check his belongings when he went out? Or send someone to watch him? When he got on the train, he and Wang Wei did not show any evidence. Therefore, no one could find them. The seller carefully looked at the two of them. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the two of them were officials or not, but he knew that the two of them were definitely not ordinary people. The material of their clothes was better, and they looked almost the same. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "In fact, what I said just now was to remind you to take the things away. It is not that I don't want you to take them. If you don't take them, it will be difficult for me." Li Bai and Wang Wei made a puzzled sound at the same time and looked at the seller in confusion. There was no need for the two of them to continue asking. The seller continued, "You can take a look at the wine jar and the dish. You will understand after looking at them." Li Bai pinched the edge of a dish and picked it up to look at it. Wang Wei also picked up the wine jar and looked at it. They found that there were pictures and words engraved on it. There was a picture of a train and the words, "Safe Journey." They looked at each other, but still did not understand what it meant. The seller waited for the two of them to finish looking at it and said, "In fact, this is a method that someone came up with. Can make the passengers on the train spend more money." "How can we spend money? Isn't it a profit if we take it away?" Li Bai asked. "Now it is a profit because there are words and pictures on it. When you take it off the train, you can show it to others and let others know that you have been on the train. Since you have been on the train, those who have never been on the train will naturally be curious and think that you are a decent person. They will ask you how it feels to take the train. Will you tell them then?" The seller explained and asked in return. Wang Wei thought carefully and looked at Li Bai. Li Bai nodded. The two of them understood that this was an opportunity to show off. The train was only between Chang'an and Luoyang. If they took it out first, others might not know about it, but they had been on it. If someone asked about it, of course they had to tell them about it. For example, when they arrived at Hong Nong's place and an official asked them about it, They felt that it was really good. Wang Wei put down the wine jar and said, "Even so, what does it have to do with making money? I reckon that you are just keeping your capital and won't make any profit at all. Am I right?" "Sir, you're absolutely right." The seller addressed the two of them according to their identities as officials. "Now, the wine and dishes we sell on the train are indeed kept as the capital, but that is only for a month. After the train has been running for a month, if you want to buy it when you are on the train, you will have to leave a deposit. A set costs 5 copper coins. Otherwise, you will have to change to another kind of paper without words and pictures. If 2 people take the same train, one of them leaves a deposit and takes the thing away, while the other is reluctant and doesn't take it away. Both of them are from the same village. When they go back and brag that they have been on the train, others will naturally believe them. There is no coercion. If you want to take it, take it. If you don't want to take it, forget it. If you don't want to spend the money, you will not take more money. Don't you think so?" The seller continued to introduce the business idea. Wang Wei and Li Bai nodded. Indeed, the two of them admitted that this method was really too good. When bragging, one should at least take out something decent. "I wonder who came up with this idea?" Li Bai asked curiously. Wang Wei thought for a while and asked, "Could it be the idea of Zhang Jidushi? I guess only they would do this kind of thing." Wang Wei, who had a good understanding of Zhang Xiaobao, didn't believe that such a method was something that an ordinary person could come up with. It was too bizarre. This was a special method of trading, and according to Zhang Xiaobao, it was called a marketing strategy. The seller nodded at first, then shook his head and said, "It's not young Master Zhang's idea. Young Master Zhang is so busy, he doesn't have time to care about this. Besides, this new idea was just started today. Someone suggested it yesterday. In fact, this method was thought of by Xiaobei of the Zhang family. Yesterday they took the train for a while. Today they went back. It seems that they are just sitting for fun. Yesterday, when they were on the train, they told the person on our train. So we immediately asked someone to make a batch." "Little Miss Xiaobei? Who? Xiaobei, Zhang Xiaobei?" Wang Wei was stunned for a moment and guessed who it was. At first, he thought it was an adult, so he didn't expect it to be a child. After reading the name, he finally knew who it was and couldn't help but tremble. Li Bai's expression also changed slightly. Both he and Wang Wei knew Xiaobei's lethality. That child would rush to Hanyuan Palace Hall whenever the emperor and the ministers had important matters to discuss in the morning court. She would rush there twice, and 2 officials would be in trouble. She was clearly an official killer. No one dared to impeach her. "She is really amazing," Wang Wei said again. "What about chess? Is it free now?" Li Bai looked at the cart. "No, it is rented. There are Go, Chinese chess, and Gamoku. Even if you want to play Monopoly, there are also simple ones." The seller replied, "Give me a set of Chinese chess. 1 copper coin, 3 copper coins as deposit. Here is a printed chess record. Do you want it? 20 copper coins, 1 copy." The seller took out the Chinese chess, which was wooden and not worth 3 copper coins at all. He didn't forget to promote the chess record. "1 more serving of wine and dishes, please. I want a different dish." Wang Wei saw that there were more than 4 kinds of dishes in the cart, so he ordered another serving and took out the money to give to the seller. After the seller left, Wang Wei poured wine for Li Bai and said, "Brother Tai Bai, don't you think that the Zhang family and the Wang family are too amazing? How old is Xiaobei? She can think of such an amazing idea. I admire them, I really admire them." Li Bai picked up the wine cup and nodded. "It is extraordinary. After we finish eating, don't forget to take the food. If someone asks about it when we get there, we can leave it as a souvenir. Speaking of which, the train is really better than the carriage. It is faster, not just a little bit faster. If we take the carriage, it will take us 3 days to get there, and that is under the condition that the road is easy to walk on." Wang Wei felt the comfort of the train. He drank a cup of wine and took a bite of the food. He tasted it carefully and said, "I heard that His Majesty is going to build railways in all places of the Tang Empire. It will be difficult for him to send people away. Is it possible that he won't allow them to take the train? It may be a pleasure to wait all the way to Lingnan. It is very difficult to die on the way. Unfortunately, if we go to Hongnong, we won't be able to watch this year's autumn imperial examination. This year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will take part in it. I can only come back and hear about it or ask someone to send a telegram. After all, it is better to see it with your own eyes." Li Bai felt uncomfortable when he thought of the imperial examination. He didn't take part in it, but Wang Wei did. He was even a jinshi. He always felt that there was a difference between their identities. When he thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan taking part in it, he said, "Their positions have been decided. So what if I don't watch it? If I watch it, they won't be the top scorer. One will be the scholar and the other will be the martial scholar." "You can't say that." "It is not wrong to say that it has been decided. But if it hasn't been decided, will they not be the top scorer if they take part in it? The purpose of the imperial examination is to select talents to govern the country. Who dares to say that they are better than them in this aspect?" Wang Wei used a different way of thinking. He picked up the wine jar and poured wine for Li Bai again. Looking at the trees outside the window, he didn't say anything for a while. Li Bai also drank wine silently. He drank half a jar. Because it was white wine, although Li Bai always said that he drank a lot, he was also muddle-headed when he drank white wine. Therefore, both of them were slightly drunk. After drinking wine, Li Bai felt comfortable and relaxed. He asked Wang Wei, "Brother Majia, why do I always feel that something is wrong with Hongnong? Is it because you are too happy to take the train?" Wang Wei waved his hand and said, "I also feel that something is wrong. There must be something wrong there. Otherwise, the two of us wouldn't be sent there at the same time. Maybe there will be a group of people there to be dealt with. Nowadays, the officials want to take risks when they have the chance. They don't care about the lives of the people." Wang Wei's feeling was similar to Li Bai's. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with some of the officials there. Of course, he had not seen the officials at the time of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If he had seen them, he would find that the officials of the Tang Empire were not bad. They could even be called excellent. At least they had a respectful heart. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao tried his best to give others chances when he was in Sanshui County. The officials he met before were still afraid. They knew that they were wrong and took risks when they did things. They were not like the officials at the time of Wang Wan and him. They didn't even care about their face. They knew that they would harm the people, but they still did it calmly. Li Bai saw that Wang Wei was also worried. He put the food on his plate and didn't eat it. He frowned and asked, "Brother Majia, if that kind of thing really happens, what should we do? We don't have anyone around us who can help us. The imperial court sent us here, but they don't give us any help. Aren't they afraid that something will happen to us? Let's take one step at a time. When the time comes, we will go to Hongnong to find help. I hope everything will go well. I think it's better for us to come here in vain. If something really happens, it may be over there. Under the natural disaster, it's difficult to handle it. I don't know how many people will suffer. Zhang Xiaobao is not willing to organize the relief in person now. It's going to be difficult." Wang Wei also stopped eating. He was like Li Bai. As scholars, he hated evil as if it was an enemy. The two of them were silent for a while. Only the rumbling sound of the train was in their ears, but it made them feel that the sound was so far away. It was so unreal. Everything was like a dream. Taking such a fast train, they were going to a place where there might be a vast ocean. The progress of technology and the hardship of the people formed a strong contrast. Thinking about it, the speed of the train gradually slowed down. Then it stopped at the platform. Some people got off and some people got on. After a while, it rumbled again and gradually accelerated away. Li Bai came back to his senses. Looking at the trees that began to move backward again, he said, "Is it true that human beings can't go against the heavens? What about when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family went to Luzhou? What about when they broke the dam of the Yangtze River in Suzhou? If the heavens want to punish the people of Luzhou, they can say that they have been going against the heavens. Didn't they come here? You still want to compete with them? Didn't you see the children in their family? How old were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan at that time? They were already able to help distribute supplies. Look at Xiaobei and the others now. They are all like smart people. They can't be compared with them at all. If you really want to compete, go to Xinlua. I'll give you a few thousand soldiers. Let's see if you can scare them. I guess when Xinlua hears that you are leading the army, their general will be very happy." Wang Wei did not give Li Bai any face at all. His words made Li Bai's face turn red. The two of them continued to eat. When they finished all the wine, they bought another jar and refilled the wine cup. Li Bai suddenly asked, "If the two of us don't go there, but send Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Hong Nong, and no one follows them, will they be able to do it? What do you think? Is there a need to send the two of them? Just send Xiaobei and the others there. Even if Hong Nong is fine, the local officials will be scared out of their wit. I'm asking you to send them there before they become famous." Li Bai set up a problem. Isn't it the same? Back then, they were not famous in Sword University. They learned extraordinary skills from the experts at home. It makes sense. If they go to Hong Nong, what will they do? Come on, think about it. Maybe there's a way. As Wang Wei spoke, he suddenly had a new idea. He no longer put himself in the situation to think about the problem. Li Bai's eyes also lit up. He thought about it while eating. After a while, he said, "I guess they will use money to bribe people. When they have no money, they will find a way to make money first. Brother Majia, do you know how to make money? I don't have much money with me." Wang Wei looked at Li Bai and nodded. "Indeed, they may really do that. When we get there, we can send a telegram to Beijing to ask. I just don't understand why they don't send people to us." Wang Wei and Li Bai did not understand on the train, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan figured it out. The two of them chatted while learning. When they mentioned Li Bai, they asked someone to send a telegram to ask. They learned that Li Bai was going to Hong Nong with Wang Wei, and did not bring anyone with him. Then they had a new topic. The two of them are together. It's very interesting. I don't know how many poems they can write along the way. I hope the bumpy train will not have too much impact on them. Zhang Xiaobao held a pen in his hand and said while practicing calligraphy, "What bumpy? Bumpy is relative. I don't think they will feel bumpy. Compared to riding a carriage, riding a train is much more comfortable, unless they have also been to our place and experienced the bumpy train." Wang Wan stopped reading now. She took out the military map and checked the situation of various places on it. Although she said that she wanted to compete with Zhang Xiaobao for the top score, Wang Wan knew that even if Zhang Xiaobao did not have his current status, she would not be able to get the top scorer if she took the exam with him. The current national situation was how to develop productivity and improve production technology. In this aspect, Zhang Xiaobao was better than her. Therefore, it was better to get the top scorer in martial arts. At that time, the two of them would be the top scorer in both civil and martial arts, and their statuses would be different. It would be more convenient for them to do things in the future. Therefore, she opened the military map. The so-called top scorer in martial arts was not based on who could fight. Fighting ability was one aspect. Now that there were guns, there was no need to look at how many people a general could defeat. Instead, it was based on accuracy. More importantly, the general's ability to command. If they were to compete, they would have to win beautifully. After looking at the map for a while, Wang Wan picked up a pen and wrote a few notes in the book beside her. Then, she said, "What I am puzzled about is that since the imperial court sent the two of them, why didn't they send people? If the local officials are working together to do bad things, how are they going to investigate without manpower? To think that you are an official. How are they going to investigate without manpower? Of course, they will use money to bribe them. Li Longji definitely wants to see their abilities. Zhang Xiaobao held his breath and finished writing a word. He continued to write the next word. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao in dissatisfaction. What I want to know is Li Longji's goal. If I want to see their abilities, I won't look at them like this. If this is really the case, this is the worst aspect. Then tell me what's going on. I think Li Longji wants to see the attitude of the local officials towards the people sent by the higher-ups. If they don't get any useful information after arriving at Hongnong, what do you think Li Longji will think? As long as the two of them send a telegram to Li Longji about what happened in Hongnong, Li Longji will understand that the local officials don't care about the imperial court. Or maybe the local officials really did something bad and are afraid of being investigated. If you don't believe me, just watch. If Li Bai and the two of them really don't get anything and the local defense is watertight, then the officials in Hongnong will be finished. No one likes things that can't be controlled. Wang Wan analyzed Zhang Xiaobao. Since Zhang Xiaobao said that she was an official, she had to consider the thoughts of an official. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything directly and continued to write. When he finished writing and reached for another piece of paper, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly put down his pen and turned to look at Wang Wan. I understand. That damned Li Longji. He's planning to do something to us. What plans do we have for him to make? Don't tell me he's not going to let us take the imperial examinations? That's good. Let's go back to the northeast. It'll be so comfortable there. We can even build snowmen in the winter. Wang Wan didn't guess the reason this time, and she didn't know where Zhang Xiaobao came to this conclusion. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't in the mood to write anymore. He called someone in and asked them to send a telegram to Xiao Bei and the others to ask about their situation. Then he said to Wang Wan, "Of course we won't leave, but Xiao Bei and the others are going back and forth. They're in Wanyan County, not far from Hongnong. Didn't Xiao Bei and the others say that they took the train for fun yesterday? They helped the train come up with a good way to make money without forcing others to spend money. Since they can take the train for fun, it's not a big deal to go to Hongnong while they're at it. Li Longji wants to see if the officials in Hongnong cooperate. At the same time, he wants to test Li Bai and Wang Wei. I think it won't be long before Li Longji sends us a telegram and tells us that he wants Xiao Bei and the others to go to Hongnong to take a look." Really? If Xiao Bei and the others receive Li Longji's telegram, they'll definitely go over happily. Does Li Longji want to scheme against Xiao Bei? It's so infuriating. Wang Wan said angrily, then suddenly laughed. Chapter 9:13. Hearing the person's words, Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, meaning to say, "See, I'm right, right?" Li Longji was planning to do this. He wanted to see the local officials in Hongnong and see if Li Bai and Wang Wei were serious. What else could Wang Wan say? She replied with a "You're amazing" expression. She nodded at the person and let him leave. Just as the person left, another person came in and said to the two, "Young master, young lady, there's news from the palace." His Majesty said that he sent young lady Xiao Bei to Hongnong to keep an eye on Li Bai and Wang Wei. He asked the two of you not to worry. Got it, Zhang Xiaobao said. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao said, "This Li Longji can't deal with us," so he set his sights on Xiao Bei and Wang Wei. Is this his only ambition? Why does he have to set the age of his opponents below 10 years old? He even told us not to worry. Of course, I'm not worried. Xiao Bei and Wang Wei have hundreds of guards, so what's there to worry about? Xiao Bei has been betrayed, and he even helped others count the money. Seriously, this won't do. I have to get back at Li Longji for this matter. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He could imagine how excited Xiao Bei would be when he received Li Longji's secret telegram. At the same time, he prayed for Hongnong's people, hoping that they didn't have any weaknesses. If there was really a problem with the river in Hong Nong, it would really be over. If they were targeted by Xiao Bei and his 9 children, they wouldn't be able to get away with anything. Wang Wan also laughed at the side. When she thought of the cute appearance of Xiao Bei and the others valiantly killing their way over, she couldn't help but laugh. That's good too. Xiao Bei and the others are Great Tang's patrol envoys. They have the authority and duty to patrol the entire Great Tang. There's no one in Great Tang that can't be checked. They can't just enjoy the treatment, right? When did they enjoy the treatment? Even their clothes were made by us. Dear, this shows a problem, Zhang Xiaobao said, curling his lips. What is it? Wang Wan asked. This shows that it's not easy for Li Longji. It's not that easy to be the emperor. He's always suspicious of this and that, and there are very few people he can truly trust around him. Even Li Bai and Wang Wei aren't at ease with Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao explained. Then why did we let Xiao Bei and the others go? Don't tell me you're not worried about them? That's right. The only people that Li Longji can trust now are people like Xiao Bei. Kids are easy to win over. Just give them candy and they'll know what's good for them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Wang Wan smiled again. Then let's see how far Xiao Bei and the others can go. It would be best if they could kill a few people. Would Hong Nong's people dare to make a move on Xiao Bei? Attack? If they attack, it won't be a problem of killing a few people. Send a telegram to Xiao Bei and ask them to come back quickly. Perhaps after the imperial examinations, we will immediately return to the northeast and settle the matters there as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobao then called someone over to send the telegram. He looked at the sky outside and said, Takeshita Junichiro better move quickly. Otherwise, my arrangements will be easily seen through before the Jiangnan East Road people make their move. Even without Zhang Xiaobao's urging, Takeshita Junichiro was already working very hard. He assigned tasks to Yamamoto Kazumanji. On one hand, he was to buy land in Tang Dynasty. On the other hand, he was to find people to investigate the Ministry of Works. Furthermore, he was to treat people from morning to night in order to sign the lease contract for the steam engine ship and the gunship. The lanterns were already lit. When it was almost midnight, Takeshita Junichiro, who had been busy the whole day, staggered back to his place. Treating a guest meant drinking wine. Drinking wine would naturally make one drunk. After a day of torment, Takeshita Junichiro tried his best not to eat the dishes during the meal. He only accompanied the guests to drink. After the meal, he would drink as much water as he could to dilute the wine in his stomach. Then, he would spit it out before drinking water. Despite all the work, Takeshita Junichiro, who had an empty stomach, did not feel hungry at all. When he returned to his room, he only felt that his throat was burning and his head was heavy. His eyes also felt uncomfortable, as if something was burning them. No matter how much he spat out the wine, he would not be able to spit it out completely. Furthermore, he could not immediately go out and spit it out after taking a sip. I won't drink white wine tomorrow. I'll only drink rice wine. Takeshita Junichiro lay on the bed and rolled back and forth naked, hoping to find a comfortable position as he muttered. In the past, he thought that he could drink very well. After all, Japan's traditions were not much different from China's. Even the clogs and rice that he wore were learned from China. Therefore, Takeshita Junichiro also liked to drink when he was in Japan. However, Japan did not have such strong distilled wine as the Tang Empire. Now there was only sake, which was not on the same level at all. In the past, the officials of the Tang Empire drank rice wine and grape wine, but now they liked white wine. Takeshita Junichiro could not understand. What was so good about hot wine? It was not like it had been stored for many years. The wine that he drank the most today was the one that had been stored for 3 years, and the price was not cheap. After muttering for a while, Takeshita Junichiro gritted his teeth and panted. Every time he panted, he would exhale a large amount of alcohol from his mouth. There was no part of his body that was not hot. Even his stomach was hot. He wished that there was a swimming pool in front of him right now and he could jump into it. It had to be cool, and it would be best if there were ice cubes in it. Just as he was feeling uncomfortable, Yamamoto also came back. His footsteps were also light, as if he was stepping on clouds. He also took off all his clothes. First, he ran to the other bed beside Takeshita Junichiro and lay down. Feeling uncomfortable, he turned over to the floor and opened his mouth to breathe like Takeshita Junichiro. Realizing that there was another person in the room, Takeshita Junichiro shook his head and stuck it out of the bed. He looked at Yamamoto and asked, "You're back? Have you eaten?" "Yes, I've been eating all day. I've been eating non-stop." Yamamoto's vision was hazy, and his ears were not very good. He tried his best to understand what Takeshita Junichiro was saying and replied, "Then go get some ice back. We'll eat. Ice cream is fine too." Takeshita Junichiro was really unwilling to move, so he could only instruct Yamamoto. However, Yamamoto was not angry at all because he was also feeling uncomfortable. Just as he was thinking of a solution, when he heard that they were eating ice cream, he felt that it was fine. He got up, put on his clothes, and went out to buy ice cream. 15 minutes later, Takeshita Junichiro and Yamamoto, who had eaten more than 10 ice creams in a row, finally felt comfortable. At the very least, their heads did not hurt as much, and their ears were no longer buzzing. Takeshita Junichiro slowed down his eating speed and asked Yamamoto, "What did the people from Silla say? Did they say how much they were willing to pay to rent it? How many boats do they plan to rent? You just drank with them all day. What did they ask you?" Today, Yamamoto had gone out to make contact with the people from Silla. Since Japan also wanted to rent a boat, it was best to figure out Silla's plans first so that he could respond when the time came. In fact, the last question Takeshita Junichiro asked was what he was most concerned about. He was afraid that Yamamoto would accidentally be asked something important. That would be troublesome, and his side would have to change their plans. Yamamoto tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Don't worry. I didn't reveal any information to them, but they didn't reveal anything useful to me either. We just drank all day. We drank at the restaurant on the shore, drank while fishing by the river, and then drank again when we boarded a boat in the water. Later, we went to the 100 Fragrance Pavilion and found a few girls. We drank until I came back just now. We didn't eat any staple food." As Yamamoto spoke, he touched his stomach with his hand and realized that he didn't feel hungry, but his stomach was cold. There was a cold liquid surging up his throat with a hint of milk. He had bought cream ice cream. It cost 2 coins each. It was very expensive, but it was also very pure. Takeshita Junichiro nodded and said, "That won't do. That's not right. You still have to go and drink with them tomorrow, but when you drink, reveal some information to them. For example, we are buying land in Tang Dynasty and want to buy more land. That's the right thing to do." "Understood. When they hear that we want to buy a lot of land, they will think that we have given up on renting a boat. Then, they will lower their guard against us," Yamamoto agreed. The two of them ate a few more ice creams until their mouths and throats were numb. Only then did they stop. They resisted the urge to vomit and panted heavily again. At this time, Yamamoto returned. Compared to Yamamoto and Takeshita Junichiro, Yamamoto was much better. He also drank today, but he didn't drink with others. He drank by himself and even found a few girls to accompany him. If he didn't need to come back at night to report the situation, he would directly stay at the girls' house. As soon as he returned, Yamamoto didn't wait for Takeshita Junichiro to ask. Yamamoto took the initiative to say, "I bought a lot of land today, and they are all around the capital. It's just that the price is a little high. I'll wait for it to increase in value in the future. I'll go and take a look tomorrow." Pay attention to the money you spend. Don't spend too much or you won't be able to break even, Takeshita Junichiro warned. He knew what Yamamoto and Yamamoto were planning. When Yamamoto mentioned it yesterday, he was very puzzled as to why they wanted to buy land in Tang Dynasty. He only understood after Yamamoto and Yamamoto explained it. The reason was very simple. The grain seed production in Tang Dynasty was very high now, and a new crop had appeared. At first, it appeared in Bohai Road, but then it spread to many places in Tang Dynasty. Although the crop had not been planted by the people yet, it was still new. Moreover, the taste had been tasted in the most luxurious restaurant between the clouds and the water, and it was very good. Yamamoto and Yamamoto's plan was to steal the seeds of Tang Dynasty. Now, some seeds could be found in the fields, but the new ones might not be the same. It was possible that some of the Tang Dynasty's officials would plant them first and strengthen the security measures, not giving them a chance. Then, they would buy more land around the capital. There was a high possibility that the seeds could fly over. Even if they didn't fly, they could set up shacks in the fields and then dig into the other party's fields below. Of course, this was only one aspect. Another aspect was that the land in Tang Dynasty was annexing a lot. The land in the capital was more expensive, especially after that thing called the train. Presumably, Li Longji would not be satisfied with just the train from Chang'an to Luoyang. When the time came, there would be trains connecting many places to Chang'an. Then, the land around the capital that did not have buildings would probably be built. Looking at things from the perspective of development was something that Zhang Xiaobao had always advocated. If they did not buy it now and wanted to buy it when the time came, it was not a matter of how much money they had, but whether they could buy it or not. This was a long-term investment. They could not transport large amounts of materials from Japan every time they needed money. The sulfur and silver would eventually run out one day, and when that time came, his country would have nothing left. Sulfur was extremely important, as it was the raw material used to make gunpowder in the Great Tang. If one day, Japan also developed a method to make gunpowder, but there was no use for sulfur, then all those who supported the transportation of sulfur from Japan would be sinners. At the thought of this, Takeshita Junichiro felt a little pained. This was because many of the mines discovered in Tang Dynasty were no longer allowed to be mined. They said that they were to be left for their descendants. The things they needed were transported from other places, especially by sea. It did not matter if the distance was longer or the cost was higher. Tang Dynasty had descendants, but did that mean that Japan did not? Look at the silver being sold. Not only was the price low, but the silver had to be refined in Japan before Tang Dynasty could buy it. Furthermore, the quality had to be guaranteed. If this continued, the people of his country would definitely regret it one day. Buy it, we must buy it. Buy it and wait for their railway to be connected to more places. Once the transportation of goods and people are more frequent, we can build houses and rent them. Everyone, work hard for the sake of Japan's descendant. Takeshita Junichiro's gaze became resolute as he spoke to Yamamoto Kazumoto. Yamamoto and Yamamoto bowed at the same time. Yamamoto went to buy a lot of land today. The Japanese are really too smart. Wang Wan, who was lying next to Zhang Xiaobao on the bed, looked at the ceiling under the dim light of the bedside lamp and said, "Yes, they know how to play with real estate now. Moreover, their predictions are so accurate. They know that the trains from Tang Dynasty will be unimpeded. Since the capital is the center of the country, the logistics will definitely be more developed. When the time comes, there will not be enough space for people. Naturally, they will need the surrounding land to build new houses. Those people who sold the land are all fools. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought all the land in advance. But I was worried that if I bought too much land, others would suffer losses. In the end, the Japanese took advantage of it. No, I have to think of a way. I can't let the Japanese take advantage of this. This is not a small profit. Under certain circumstances, it cannot be measured by money. It can even affect politics. Zhang Xiaobao put his arms behind his head and looked at the ceiling angrily. He could imagine the development of Chang and after the laying of the railway. At that time, it would not be surprising if the land price was 10 times more expensive than now. For reference, he could see that when he and Wang Wan bought the land in Beijing at that time, 600,000 yuan could buy 1 square meter. Around the second ring road, 1,000,000 yuan per square meter was priceless. The most important thing was that, at that moment, the Japanese did not directly use all the land to make money. Instead, they let the Tang dynasty's officials participate in the dividends. It was very common to get information from the officials and even directly let the officials speak good words for them. Wang Wan also knew the consequences, but she had no choice. If she had to find a way, it would be to directly declare that the land bought by the Japanese was not in accordance with the law and take it back to the country. But now the Tang dynasty could not do that. Unless it was a time of war, the Tang dynasty had to admit that the land bought by the Japanese was bought. She could not just tell the Japanese that they could not take over the land and then let the Tang dynasty's officials and rich people not care, right? Xiao Bao, do you have a good idea? Do you want to buy back the land from them again? They will definitely not sell it. Wang Wan had no idea, so she could only ask Zhang Xiaobao. No need to go through so much trouble. I will make their land useless. This matter is not urgent. I will slowly arrange it. I want to not only make them unable to make money from that land, but also make them lose money every year. Now we have to solve the problem of them continuing to buy land. Tomorrow, release the news that I will first try to plant new seeds in the land around the capital. Don't let us spread the news and let others know. After all, I can't do that. Just treat it as a rumor. First, we will raise the price of the land. If the Japanese sell it, I will let them take advantage of me. If they don't sell it, then just wait and see. Zhang Xiaobao thought of a good idea. After he finished speaking, he laughed twice and took out his arm from behind his head and put it under Wang Wan's head to be her pillow. His other hand hugged her and whispered, "Wife, let me tell you the story of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit. No, I am the little sheep. Well, the big bad wolf ate the little sheep in one bite. I am the Manchurian tiger. The big bad wolf went all out. If he couldn't eat it, then he would eat it." When the sun rose in the morning, a train stopped at the station of Wanyan County. Xiaobei and the others stood in several rows and got on the train together. They sat in several compartments and listened to the rumbling sound of the train as it set off for Hong Nong. Xiaohai still had an indifferent look on his face. Xiaozhu was still there painting. Zhang Chang, Zhang Gang, and the others were looking at the scenery outside the window and were very curious. Only Xiao Yuan's task was the most important. Not only did he have to consolidate his knowledge, but he also had to wait for Xiaobei's orders at any time. Who asked his future wife to be so restless? As expected, not long after she sat down, Xiaobei started to feel bored. The scenery outside could not attract her at all. She glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was sitting beside her, and said, "Xiao Yuan, do you think the officials from Hong Nong could make a mistake?" "I don't know." Xiao Yuan answered very quickly. "Guess." Xiaobei nudged Xiao Yuan. "I can't guess." Xiao Yuan was still so straightforward. "Then tell me a story. You have learned a lot. Tell me and I'll nitpick." Xiaobei changed her request. "My story is full of mistakes. I won't let you nitpick. I'll tell you a few sentences. You can nitpick 5 sentences. Xiao Yuan did not compromise. "Then the two of us will play chess." Xiaobei revealed a pitiful look and blinked her big eyes at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan imitated an adult and laughed twice. Xiaobei pouted and pulled on Xiao Yuan's arm, shaking it. "Just 2 rounds. 2 rounds. I promise. This time, my pawns won't get in the car, and my taxi won't jump to your jiugong, okay?" Xiao Yuan thought for a while and asked, "You really won't get on the train? Will your pawns still walk step by step?" If they don't walk one step forward, you will beat the gong to retreat? Your cannon is no longer long range, and can shoot from 6 stones away? Xiaobei nodded seriously every time Xiao Yuan said a word. She appeared very sincere. Only then did Xiao Yuan agree. Okay. If you don't abide by the rules this time, I won't play with you in the future. Remember what you said just now. You're not allowed to use them again. There's really no need. That's too much of a bully. Xiaobei happily called for someone to bring the chess pieces and let Xiao Yuan sit opposite her. She placed the pieces and started playing. In the end, Xiaobei played first. The elephant went from 3 to 5. Xiao Yuan played 2 to 5. Xiaobei's elephant went from 5 to 7. Xiao Yuan's horse went from 2 to 3. Xiaobei's pawn went from 7 to 1. He landed on his elephant. Xiao Yuan was dumbfounded. She looked up at Xiaobei. Didn't you say you won't do that? I didn't touch any of the pieces you said just now. I walked like an elephant and pawn. Xiaobei explained, feeling wronged. Then why did the pawn get on the elephant? Xiao Yuan could not understand. The elephant pawn is so stupid. Quickly play. In a while, my pawn still has to help the elephant cross the river. Xiaobei looked at Xiao Yuan with a look of disdain. Xiao Yuan happily took away her own handsome and said to Xiaobei, You won. My handsome couldn't think straight and committed suicide. Chapter 9:14. Hearing that, Li Bai and Wang Wei looked at each other and found a place to sit down. Immediately, a teenager ran to them and asked, What do you want to eat? 1/2 kilo of deep-fried dough sticks, soy milk, and some pickles, Wang Wei said to Li Bai. Wang Wei said to the child. He didn't dare to let Li Bai order as it was easy to get drunk. Although Li Bai didn't drink as much now, his drinking habits hadn't completely changed, especially when he was outside. If he really drank too much, said the wrong thing and caused trouble, Wang Wei would also be implicated. The kid didn't say much. He turned around and ran away. After a while, he ran back with a tray in his hand and put 2 bowls of soy milk and fruits on the table. Then, he took an iron tin box with pickles in it from the table beside him. He threw it there and ran to do other things. Li Bai opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. In fact, he wanted to emphasize that the pickles he wanted were cold dishes mixed with vegetables and bought with money. Like the pickles now, he didn't need to spend money. He could eat as much as he wanted. Anyway, they were as salty as salt. He could eat as much as he wanted. Eat it. I guess there will be a problem. Wang Wei picked up a deep-fried dough stick with his chopsticks and pressed it hard. The deep-fried dough stick was bent and then he pressed it into the bowl of soy milk and said to Li Bai. Li Bai didn't think that he was talented as he used to when he left his wife's house. He was much more restrained now. Besides, he was much better than the historically by that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew. At least he now understood the meaning of the words of the person who came to eat breakfast just now. Hong Nong was really going to have a problem, so he nodded and drank a mouthful of soy milk. He smacked his lips and found that there was no sugar. When he was about to ask someone to get it, Wang Wei said at the side, Don't think about sugar. Didn't you hear that the price of the steamed buns has increased? Who put sugar in you? The original flavor is better. Don't you like it? I never liked it. I was not born here. I'm used to eating porridge. The soy milk is tasteless. Li Bai didn't hide his dislike for the soy milk at all. Wang Wei didn't persuade him. He wanted to call the waiter over to add another bowl of porridge, but was stopped by Li Bai. Forget it. Soy milk it is. You can't drink the porridge. Yes, Wang Wei said naturally. Li Bai looked at Wang Wei in surprise and kindly told him, Brother Majie, you can say this in front of me. If you go back to the capital and meet people from the Zhang family and the Wang family, don't say this. If they hear it, you will be in big trouble. Wang Wei was puzzled. He looked at the soy milk in front of him and said, I'm spending my own money. Why would they care? This is my own money, not theirs. If you met Xiaobei, would she talk to you about this? Today, you are wasting your own money, but tomorrow, you may be wasting the imperial court's money. Not to mention other things, every month they will stop giving you food, drinks, and clothes in the capital. If you go to between the clouds and the water again, you won't be able to eat such cheap food. Li Bai stayed with Xiao Bei in Jian for a while. He was influenced by Xiao Bei's 9 children and learned not to waste money. He felt that if he had money, he could eat all the noodles that cost 10 strings of coins. If he spent 10 strings of coins to order a table of dishes, he would end up with a pile of leftovers. That would be a waste. Li Bai didn't know where Xiao Bei and the others got this theory from. Anyway, this was what he did when he was with Xiao Bei and the other kids. He had never seen Xiao Bei and the other 9 kids throw away food. When they were in Jilin province, they only bought a little and ate a little. When they went to the restaurant to taste the new dishes, they would pack up the leftovers. If it weren't for the temperament they showed and the clothes they wore, others would think they were kids from poor families. After hearing Li Bai's words, Wang Wei took it seriously. He was most worried about the attitude of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Now, not only did he care about the attitude of the Zhang family and the Wang family, but almost all the officials in the capital were afraid of being targeted by the 2 families. To be precise, they were afraid of being targeted by Xiao Bei. When Xiao Bei and the other 9 children lived in Chang'an, they would come out every day. Who knew when they would meet them? If they were not careful enough, they would find something that could be used against them. It was not something that could be avoided with a simple smile. In this case, Brother Tai Bai, you should drink the soy milk. Look at the sky, it will still rain. After a few hours, the rain may be heavier. Wang Wei secretly remembered Li Bai's words. He looked at the sky and became worried again. 3 copper coins per kilogram of deep-fried dough sticks? Didn't it cost 2 copper coins before? Perhaps others also saw the rain and were afraid of being wet, so they hurriedly finished eating and shouted in that direction when they paid the bill. Li Bai and Wang Wei turned their heads and saw 3 people sitting at a table, 2 adults and 1 child. The 2 adults were drinking soy milk and eating fruits, while the child was just sitting there with no bowl and chopsticks in front of him. It seemed that 1 kilogram of fruits cost 2 copper coins the day before yesterday, but today it was 3 copper coins. The waiter quickly came over with a smile and said while tidying up, "The noodles have increased, the oil has increased, and so has the rice. Everything that can be increased is increased. If the deep-fried dough sticks are not increased, we will lose money. In fact, we will lose even 1 copper coin. Kitten, wait for me. I will go with you later. I have an umbrella." The waiter's last words were said to the child, who was a little girl. After listening to him, she nodded and watched the 2 adults leave. It seemed that she also had the same intention. Li Bai suddenly understood. Just now, he thought that the adults were abusing the child. Now he understood. The child would eat at the school, which was much more sumptuous than the restaurant. Wang Wei put down his chopsticks and looked up at the sky again. It's not good. The price has increased. It is only 1 copper coin, but it is 50%. Strange. The food has increased by 50%, which affects the people's livelihood. Who is so bold? Maybe it is a temporary price increase. Li Bai knew what 50% meant. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Not to mention 50%, even a 10% price fluctuation could cause a great shock. Therefore, he attributed it to a temporary price increase. Wang Wei did not believe in temporary price increase and said, "Do you think that the food supply between Chang'an and Luoyang might be insufficient?" Then, who ate the leopard's guts? Li Bai pondered. It was true. Hong Nong was between Chang'an and Luoyang. How could he casually increase the price of food? Wasn't the county magistrate afraid of losing his head? The 2 looked at each other and could not think of anything. The only thing they knew was that their task was very important. The waiter over there cleaned up another table. When he came out again, he had an umbrella in his hand and a backpack on his back. He held the little girl's hand and skipped out of the restaurant. It seemed that it was time to go to school. The heavy rain fell without warning, accompanied by flashes of lightning in various shapes in the sky. Streaks of water appeared on the glass of the carriage, like beans hitting a dustpan. There was also the sound of thunder from time to time, which made the rumbling of the moving train much softer. Xiaobei and the others began to eat breakfast. They did not let the chef of the dining car do the work. There was a special chef in the team who borrowed the space of the dining car and served the dishes one by one. Xiaobei chose the egg custard cake. He did not allow the braising and only poured in the soy sauce. He smashed the cake with a spoon and pressed the bottom of the spoon to squeeze out the mixture of water and soy sauce. He drank it little by little. When it was almost finished, what was left was something like fish roe. This was the way Zhang Xiaobao ate the cake. She learned it. She only thought it was fun and did not understand why her brother ate it this way. In the past, Wang Wan also asked Zhang Xiaobao why he ate differently from others. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and explained that eggs were not something that could be eaten at any time in the orphanage. If he steamed the cake once, he was afraid that it would be finished in a few mouthfuls. Therefore, he ate it little by little. He drank the water first, and then the white things that were hard and unopened could be eaten as delicious snack. Who did not know that it was delicious when it was tender? It was just to keep it for a while longer. Not wasting food was also cultivated at that time. He was really afraid of hunger. Water. Xiaobei poured too much soy sauce. It was too salty. He stretched out his hand and asked for water. Immediately, someone passed over a cup of water. There was nothing in it, no sugar, no honey, and definitely not mineral water. The servants did not dare to put it casually. This was strictly stipulated by the young master and young lady. It's too salty. Xiao Yuan, who was sitting opposite Xiaobei, raised his head and looked at Xiaobei. He was also eating a steamed egg cake. The stewed egg was not expensive, but the stewed egg with mushrooms, fungus, desert cistanche, and venison meat was the most important part of this steamed egg cake. Xiaobei was worried about how to eat the rest. When she heard Xiao Yuan's words, she smiled at him gratefully. When Xiao Yuan regretted speaking, she put the spoon into his bowl and scooped a large piece of cake back. Then, she used the spoon to poke the cake in her bowl. Okay, brother Xiao Yuan, you're so kind. As she spoke, she wanted to scoop more. Xiaohai, who was eating the egg pancake, stopped and looked at his sister. If you scoop more, Xiao Yuan won't have enough. Xiaobei became obedient. Recently, she was a little afraid of her twin brother. Although her brother was always quiet, as long as he spoke, she had to do it. She even praised her big brother and sister. She could not stay still. She took a soup dumpling, blew on it, and slowly took a breath. Then, she said, I don't know why Uncle Emperor sent us here. It's still raining. Killing people. Xiaohai explained to her. Killing who? Xiaobei was not afraid of killing people or dying people. She had seen too many of them. However, she could not think of who to kill. She looked at her twin brother with an expression of asking for advice. Usually, her big brother and sister would say that brother Xiaohai was not bad. He had strong logical thinking ability. Killing officials and people who collude with officials. Xiaohai's answer was very short. Why? Xiaobei did not care who to kill. She only wanted to know the reason. Because you're on the move. Xiaohai explained. Yes, I'm here. Xiaobei still did not understand.